YouTube, it's Brian Phillips. We got something new and exciting. It is the Ultra Stick by Hangar 9. As you can see, I have configured mine with Crow. AS3X, Avian ESC allows for thrust reverse, which is pretty sweet. So we'll just show you that real quick. Throttle cuts off. This thing is powerful. It is exciting. And we will show you how to set up every feature, including how to protect your servos from overdrive. That is something you want to watch for on this plane. If you're used to building foamies, we will show you all the steps. It takes a while, but we use the AR637T in here. We have all the features. If you want, you can use the 8-channel version and you can have remote gains, but I wanted the reverse thrust, so that's what we did. Okay, so without further ado, let's go ahead and back into position here. You good, camera crew?
Am I okay here?
We're just gonna back into position here real quick, which is always cool. I know the thrust reverse is not something that's super new, but I still get a kick out of it every time. And we usually don't waste power on back taxiing, but we will today. It's about 20% throttle to back. About 10% there for just nice slow. Camera crew, you ready? You wanna come back here with me, please? Okay, going in forward now. Takeoff flaps. All the control surfaces are tested and we are ready to rock and roll. She's up. Oh, she feels good. Pivot's really good on the yaw axis. Feels good and CG'd out. I'm just gonna take her for a couple spins here. It is not dead calm, but it's close. Just relax, 35, 40% throttle there. Excuse me, about 50. Okay, here's gonna be 60, 70, 80, 100. Near unlimited vertical, which is not surprising. This is not a light plane, folks. Braking, which is customary when you set up braking is customary when you set up reverse thrust. I'm getting an alarm that's saying it's not charged for flying, which is not an alarm I set up. So if you guys get that alarm, it's really distracting and it blocks your screen so you can't see what's on it. So I want to come in here and try to do a landing. I think I'm gonna have to yield the right of way to the road here. Surprisingly anemic roll rate for being such huge ailerons. Although we are going quite fast. I know some of you guys are saying, I wanna see thrust reverse, I wanna see thrust reverse. Well, you'll see it on the landing. So we're gonna try some takeoff flaps, see how it slows down. We're gonna try some crow. Oh my goodness. We're gonna need a little down correction there. Look how much it slows down, my goodness.
That's crazy.
Let's show them a steep approach over the power lines. Okay. About 50% throttle to just keep her moving at that pace. Very good amount of control still. Absolutely no question about who's flying that thing. It is me and not AS3X. Okay. In the crow. Oh, that is cool. Just in case you guys are hearing that obnoxious beeping, I'm getting an alarm about not being charged for flying, but it is. And I need to shut off that alarm. Okay, so we're gonna go in the bowl, see if we can do that. Okay. Takeoff flaps there. We're gonna try coming in from this direction. We'll see how it feels, but we're not gonna commit to it until we get there. Okay, so that's our crow. Just kind of playing it safe there. Got a little hop on that. Okay, throttle cuts on. This warning is so annoying. Let's switch sides like this. Can we do that?
Yep.
Okay, so 24.19. First of all, that's not a problem for flying on 6S. So click, go down to audio events, telemetry warnings. Let's see what settings are. Nope. Volts. Every 15 seconds. But that's set to 19.8 and it's set to voice.
Is it the smart battery, number one? Do they have something weird?
Maybe it's, you mean the Smart ESC?
No. But
okay, so total cells, 3.6 per cell. Reports. Okay. Display. Alarm. See how it says alarm? I don't know how to get over to that. Active, inhibit. Inhibit, we'll leave that active. We'll go here. It's the startup. It's a startup alarm. Startup volts. That's tone. I'm just going to inhibit. I'm going to inhibit that. I don't care about overcharge. That's never happened in my entire time doing this. And let's see if it comes back. It might come back. If it does, it's probably some other setting that I just haven't learned. See, we got plenty of good charge there.
Yeah.
Horizon, if you're listening, I still want percentages. So does everybody else. Okay, so a couple things why we're landed. Okay, this plane will do grass, so it's no problem. We just happen to have this beautiful strip, so we're going to use it. But I'll do is I'll go ahead and taxi it around, and the grass is a little bit cleaner just beyond. There used to be a driveway there, so it's kind of rough. But without further ado, we're going to jump back into this, guys. I'm sorry about that. I don't know if you're going to have that same problem. Full up elevator. Oh, I'm in reverse. Just trying to stay away from the tall grass there. Okay, here we go. Okay, just trying my best to get out of the grass. Haven't heard the alarm come back, which is great. Guys, the plane flies really nice. It's just a whole lot more tame than I thought it was gonna be. I thought it was gonna be kind of insane. It looks great in the air. It definitely is one of the heaviest flying planes that I've got right now. It's beefy, it's strong. It does all the things that you would expect from a big balsa plane. Camera crew, you mind coming back to where we were? It's not overly fast, it's not overly slow. It's got plenty of power, inside loops. Obviously it cornholes with the best of them. There's your cornhole backing off the throttle a little bit. Actually performs a little bit better with less throttle. And then let's watch this extremely steep approach. Okay, there's our crow. Very good roll. See, very good roll authority. Guys, that thing has tons of roll authority still. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to turn up the elevator correction, but you know what? Now that I'm sitting here flying it, you know what I need? I just need a little bit longer deployment speed on that crow. Guys, look how awesome it is. I am not in safe, folks. Oh, by the way, let's show them safe. So that's safe mode. Okay, even with crow, okay? So let's do a 50% throttle, limit right, limit left, limit up, limit down. Very good, very good. Okay, let's come out of crow with safe. This is supposed to be a level 3. Okay, so there's our limit. Okay, we're on takeoff flaps. Out of the takeoff flaps, a little bit more energy there. About 60% throttle. Okay, coming out of safe. I can't handle it anymore. We did set up audio vents for switching between safe and AS3X, and it worked great. Camera crew, I hope that works there. Sorry, the lighting, that bright spot was weird. I like the noise it makes too. All right, so now that we have control of everything, I'm gonna try for a landing. There's takeoff flaps. Here's landing flaps. The wind subsided really nicely for us, guys. It's really calm right now. Okay, so you can see the prop is not moving, which actually undermines your ability to slow down. Just be aware of that. Braking is a bad thing to slow down your plane on approach, okay? So look at how much better it is when you give it 10% throttle. And reverse thrust. The reverse thrust does really help slow this thing down. It rolls way better than I thought it was gonna roll. I don't know why I thought it was gonna roll bad, but I just assumed it would slow down really quick. But if you really think about it, the thing is heavy. So let's go ahead and full up elevator. I don't wanna reverse thrust in the grass. We've already learned our lesson with the Draco. Get a little speed and good prop clearance. Okay, so we're gonna do a no flap takeoff here for you. She tracks really nicely on pavement. You may have noticed I gave up the gains on my radio in the radio setup so that I could have reverse thrust. Absolutely no issues so far. There's 10% throttle. I just want to slow it down, take off flaps. I think this plane might like a little bit of mix on the elevator with the flaps. Kind of what we did on the F-16. Okay, so here's our full crow, backing off the throttle so we don't get a big balloon. And just look how nice this is. Okay, we're gonna do a no reverse landing here. Not very clean, that's your pilot there. Getting that nose down. Timer's coming up here. Okay, I'm gonna put it in safe. Take off flaps, relax the power. I'm gonna get myself into a holding pattern and then scroll way over. We're at 23 volts, guys. We could go forever. I don't wanna push my limits too bad out of safe, out of flaps. She is just an acrobatic plane, you know, she does it all. I'm not necessarily an amazing acrobatic pilot. The AS3X has this thing locked in, but I've got it. I could probably use just a hair more on the ailerons. I can't believe how noisy it is. Like when it's just gliding, isn't that crazy?
That sounds cool.
Okay, one step forward, please. Going behind, right there. Good, perfect. You hear how loud it is? Let's do a couple more passes like that. Hey, back here, please. All the way, to the corner, to your corner. Please, thank you. Okay, here we go. Hun, is that FedEx? It is.
Mail, no, it's mail at the road.
Okay, we're good then.
Yep.
Little upside down flight for you. And we'll come out of that. All right, the mail person has decided to deliver to our mailbox for once, which is nice. That must mean we didn't get any packages.
Well, not from the post office.
Oh!
Still have 2 more tries.
Need some thrust to keep that thing doing a stall turn. Did you notice that? Mm-hmm. Takeoff flaps. Guys, I really like the way this thing flies with the takeoff flaps. I almost kind of want it to have takeoff flaps all the time, which makes me think the 4000 as opposed to the 5000 milliamp 6S that we're using might be a little bit better starting point for this plane. Okay, we're gonna go to full crow. Man, that crow really helps this thing. Kind of embarrassed of these tougher landings, guys. The plane does great, but I'm not. You want to take about 5 steps over to your left toward the center of the runway? That'd be great. Full crow, let's see how much she'll slow down. A little bit of throttle. Man, she is locked in. Trying to hammerhead, but I don't want to risk losing the plane. I don't think I will. Perfect. Okay, full crow. got plenty of power. That's 70% throttle, 80% throttle there. And as you can see, she's really well behaved. Okay, there we go. You know what that probably was? I bet that was a decal. Shoot, I hope we don't lose one of our awesome Hangar 9 decals. Okay, you're perfect where you are. Okay, I got about like a 90-degree crosswind here. Full crow. I like landing the other way a lot better. That crow is actually kind of flyable. It's weird. So what do you think of this plane?
It looks really cool.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of like one of those where I wasn't sure what I thought when I first was introduced to the possibility of reviewing it. And then now it's like, it's actually more challenging than I figured it would be. If in doubt, ground loop. I just think the crow is surprisingly helpful. Now, let's throttle cut. We're still at 22.7, folks.
Wow.
Okay, so let's go over here. Let's click. Let's go down to flap system. We're going to change the flap correction on this to about, I don't want to overdo it. Let's do 25. That'll be our only test. And we'll just kind of see how that goes, okay? So take off flaps.
Do we need to look at decals real quick or anything? I don't see anything that looks loose.
No, it's fine. I don't really even care.
Okay.
It's not that big a deal if it comes off. If we had covering ripping off, that'd be a bit of a bummer. So you can get off the ground in a very short time.
It lands faster than I was expecting it
Oh,
to.
it's way faster. Oh, I suppose I should probably test this at speed. All right, so I'm about 50% throttle coming in, no flaps. There's takeoff flaps out of the elevator from the turn and landing flaps. A little bit of balloon still, but a lot less. Okay, so we gotta go up from where we did. We went to 25, right?
Yes.
Okay, stay where you are, you're perfect.
Okay.
Again, it doesn't like landing from this spot. And I have a problem with a vampire killing zone, which I can't tell you guys about yet. But it has, it's sucked up another beauty. And I'll tell you about it someday, but not now. So that was reverse thrust. Man, it just carries so much speed. And to be honest with you, you could flare the thing in, but I can't quite get into that orientation without running the risk of making a new vampire killing zone, which we will talk about someday in the future around a campfire, but not now. Okay, so we need a little bit more. That correction is going to go to 30. Let's try 30. So we got about 1/3, which is 10, and then 30 for full landing. So did that make any sense? No. Landing flaps are at 10 for elevator correction, and then crow is going to, the landing flaps is going to be at 30. So.
Okay. That makes sense.
All right, so we're back to takeoff flaps. Let's try some taxiing over to the grass. Okay, I'm gonna scroll back over to my voltages. We're at 22.7 volts. That's totally reasonable. 3.8 volts right now, idle. Okay, you good? I'm gonna take off from this grass here.
Okay.
This is our sod, so it's actually pretty good grass. Oh yeah, no problem.
The visibility is a lot better on this side.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, so takeoff flaps, landing flaps. Oh, we're still ballooning just ever so slightly. And did you notice the roll to the right?
I did not.
I did. Sorry about the jank there, guys. See how it's rolling?
Yeah, I can see it.
Very slightly. Okay, so I'm just, okay, takeoff flaps. Landing flaps are coming now. Almost no balloon. I mean, it's manageable at this point. Man, that thing really needs that thing to slow down. That's incredible.
I'm surprised.
Now, just to be full disclosure, guys, we have a crosswind, slight tailwind. I mean, so it's going like 90 degrees or this, but it's just hardly anything. It's almost, I mean, it's not even moving the windsock. But the thing is, that thing just goes fast on landings. You wouldn't think, because you can hammerhead the thing, it shouldn't be a problem, but evidently it kind of is. So let's walk back into the flap system, and we're gonna go to 35. I want my plane to be level. I just do, okay? Yeah. So I am out of reverse thrust, and I'm just gonna go ahead. We have plenty of prop clearance. I'm in takeoff flaps, out of takeoff. Ooh, that's a little scary. Getting some speed. There we go, we're good. Okay, camera crew, can you come back over here? Now the wind is blowing a little bit more from our right to left. Let's see if we can take advantage with the takeoff flaps. You can take off with the Crow, by the way. It's just kind of self-defeating. See how nice that gets off the ground? That's no elevator input for takeoff. I'm not forcing the roll. That's 50% throttle there. I've been flying for like over 10 minutes. Or is that true? Over 10?
Oh yeah, you like 20.
What?
Well, plus like adjustments, but.
Okay, so I have full landing flaps now. So you can get it down in a short distance, but I think it's just that downhill on this side, it just really exacerbates that ability to roll fast. So that felt really good. I want to taxi some more. We'll take off from the other side out here. We've got some smoother grass. We'll just give you another shot of that. We're going out of reverse thrust. We're gonna go to takeoff configuration for the flaps. Full up elevator. Keep that tip out of the dirt. Okay, are you good? Mm-hmm. We're a little bit with the wind because of the crosswind. Absolutely no problem, but you do want to kind of jank it out of there. Okay, I just was holding the up stick a little bit because I wanted it to, see how it's tending down a little bit? I'm trying to trim it out a little bit now that I'm kind of getting more comfortable with it. Half throttle. Okay, I'm gonna fly straight into the wind this time. This is the wind, if you even wanna call it wind. I went a little bit too much. Okay, there we go. So guys, this plane takes a little bit of fiddling to get it exactly the way you want. But the thing that's cool about it is it's actually a beautiful plane. Very fast, very slow, very everything. It does everything you want it to do, and then it does a little bit more. Complaints I have with this plane while we're still flying and showing you some interesting things is that the battery straps sucked so bad that I already replaced them. Sorry, Horizon. If there's a thing that can suck on a plane, that's it, guys. So beyond that, the build was fairly straightforward. You do have to set some limits for your ailerons if you're gonna set up Crow. If you choose not to set up Crow, you may not have that problem. I did. So just be real careful. You don't have your ailerons striking the plates that they mount to. Those servo plates will bite you in the butt if you overdrive your servos. And when I say overdrive, I don't mean over 100%. I mean like at less than 100% they'll hit. So you have to be a little bit careful, but you can see how effective we got our Crow, okay? So our Crow, I mean, the thing is barely moving up there. Now, if I could just convert that to my landing strip, that'd be pretty sweet. Let's do that. Let's see if we can get one good landing where we're actually coming this direction and we're not like crazy fast. I'm out of the flaps altogether, by the way. Takeoff flaps, landing flaps. Ooh, we actually have a little bit of an up angle. Still at 35, that's incredible. You know what we're gonna do different? I'm gonna actually go into the bull. I'll go out to the power lines, turn around, come into the bull, let the turbulent wind be a factor, and just be a good pilot for once. Okay, I'm just gonna relax the plane and not freak out and just be Johnny on the spot with my throttle. Keep that thing level and flat. Now I'm with the wind, not worrying about the airspeed, worrying about the air to ground speed is not an issue, it's just the airspeed that matters. And then there we are. Okay, doing a little bit of janking rather than reverse thrust, and as you can see, she gets down okay. I can see why they call this an experience level 3 as opposed to a 2, because it's more than 2 and less than 4. Did I cover my bases?
Yeah, you got that. Nice. Super clear.
Do not you dare pivot.
Ugh.
I don't know if you guys could tell what I was doing there. If you're a newer pilot, what I was doing is I had a full up elevator and I was riding the throttle and looking for the pivot on the main landing gear. Because if it was gonna pivot and hit the ground, I might have enough time to let off the throttle. Instead, I'm moving all that air across the elevator that's back here and making that lever arm work to my advantage. And I was making a value judgment at the end as to whether or not I'd be able to get over the bump that I was hitting, okay? So if that wasn't already obvious, I know the more experienced pilots already know exactly what's going on there. Okay, so here we go. We're just trying another grass, little mowing. Boy, she looks really good taking off, doesn't she? Mm-hmm. Just staying in the flaps this time. Why get out?
It may be starting to rain.
Really?
Yeah.
What? Oh man, we gotta land. Okay, so full landing flaps, as in crow. I didn't even have a chance to deploy the reverse thrust.
It rolls forever.
We're taking off again, camera crew.
Okay.
Made me nervous. My camera crew was warning me. By the way, you see those landing gear, how good they do? They do amazing with the grass, absolutely no problems. These skill level 3 planes kind of make me feel inferior as a pilot right now because I kind of am. But here's the thing, guys, this plane is super capable. It's a lot more capable than I am as a pilot. And so I'm sure, oh, look at that bird. Is that bird screaming with me? That is so cool. Did you see how I wagged the tail like that? Amazing yaw authority. It's just so cool. And then if you get lost, safe. That's 30% throttle, not a dead battery. Okay, going inside, you good? Mm-hmm. Forcing it down. I love the sound. It's really, it's impressive when it goes by. You have enough power to get out of trouble. The problem is you have enough power to get into trouble too, folks. So you do have to be a little bit careful. Slipping this time. See that? Bail on the landing. Okay, I'm losing power. Okay, so that's my low voltage warning. We have a low voltage warning. Okay, so I'm just going into crow. I'm just gonna relax. I have about 20% throttle here, which means I stay away from that low voltage pulsing. That's me pulsing. And into full reverse. Okay, so thoughts. First of all, throttle cuts on and tested. Everything is still working perfectly. Let's go ahead and take a second, test the throttle cut again, and we did. This plane is really impressive. When you feel how heavy it is and you see what it's doing, you'll be like, holy crap. Touch the motor. Is that not nuts?
That's crazy.
It's warm,
Barely.
like a little bit more than like camera crew temperature. Wow, you're cold. Are you alive?
No.
Are you a vampire?
I am.
Okay, so the other thing is I cut this bolt because it drove me crazy. It was like 475 miles long.
Yeah.
I did that off camera. It did not need to be that long. There's my battery. You can see where I put it. 5,000, 6S. Those interesting straps did not come with it. They came with 2 straps. I don't know if that was like an early release thing and maybe they're going back to a different strap for future releases. But I was very underwhelmed by that. I mean, the strap was strong. It was just this where it had only the, what do you call it? Hook and loop. The soft piece was like this long and it was separate.
Yeah.
And then the long piece was just the hard hooky parts. And then this was the soft part. And you had to wrap it around. I just hated using it. I said I couldn't handle it. I went to put it in for build and radio setup. It was fine. By the way, these servos are noisy. Okay. But I ended up replacing those. No big deal. I mean, it's like not a big deal. I had them sitting there.
The straps.
The straps. So you'll see we're not touching here. You have to check. Yep. You can drive those into the frame of the airplane. Also, look at the aileron. You see that pocket? See how it stops? It's stopping short of hitting. Okay? That's because I set it up to do so. You see this one? See how it's stopping short of hitting, correct? Mm-hmm. This is my original plan. I abandoned that plan because it was such a pain to do. So, crow absolutely, I would recommend Crow. I'm very surprised. I mean, not a little, I am very surprised how much better the Crow worked than I had given it credit for working. I thought it was gonna be kind of like an overkill thing, but to be honest, the Crow is way more important to me now than reverse thrust. Reverse thrust is kind of one of those things that for me as a pilot, because it's so new, it's almost just a distraction. Which is funny if you knew the next video we were doing. But anyway, the distraction is a good distraction and I really like it, so keep doing it, Horizon. But keep in mind, don't let thrust reverse land the plane for you. It's probably not gonna do a very good job. You gotta still get the fundamentals right. You gotta get the, every other detail right, and then the thrust reverse just makes it look that much cooler. Now that being said, this is my first virgin maiden flight, which is what you get on Brian Phillips RC. And if it's not, we always tell you that. Flying a plane like this takes a little bit of practice, I think, for a newer pilot like me. I'm in this 6 years.
Yeah.
6 years. I've flown a lot of different planes, mostly along the bind and fly, mostly along the foamy line. A lot of them have been very easy beginner planes, but a few of them have been more advanced, jets, more advanced like this, but they're still not hard to fly planes, okay? Most of the planes I fly have stabilizers and or safe. We don't really fly in safe, but it's cool to have. But AS3X is a big aid. We also use a lot of dual rates in expo. So there's pilots out there that are gonna have no expo and they're gonna fly the heck out of this thing and they're gonna make it do, everything you can imagine. So that's what's really cool, is that this is also a balsa wood build-up plane that has a covering on it. So this plane will last. It will stand the test of time. It is absolutely not a foamy. I'm not trying to beat up foamies, guys. I love foamies. I have learned the media of working with foamies. I like it a lot, but let's be clear. Balsa wood planes tend to be longer lasting, nicer looking, more sleek, capable of flying slower. Now this one's a heavy plane because it's also capable of being a gas plane, okay? So as configured in the plug and fly from Hangar 9, it is gonna be, of course, an electric power plant. It's gonna be an Avian ESC, but you could set this thing up and you could put a gas engine on there, little gas motor, and you could fly this thing with a gas system, which is pretty cool. Now that being said too, some of the ways that we did our install would be different, obviously, if you had fuel and a servo for throttle instead of an ESC for throttle, but really it's not that much different, okay? So just keep in mind some of the things we did won't necessarily apply to a gas plane. One day, I will fly a gas plane. I know some of you guys are screaming, Brian, that thing needs to be gas. Okay, great, good for you. I'm not really set up for gas right now. Eventually, yes, I do have gas planes in my basement currently that my grandpa left me. Actually, he was alive when he gave them to me. I just haven't played with them because I've been so into the electric planes. Now, there's a lot of advantages to electric, and I don't want to disparage any of them because I think it's easier, better, maybe just ever so slightly safer, but it's really not, because gas is not really that dangerous. It's just more a matter of cleanliness. It's more a matter of availability. But people that want to fly gas want longer flight times, but there's more things that could go wrong. You want to be a more skilled pilot. Dead stick landings happen with electric, but only because something went terribly wrong, or you like really did a bad job, or your prop came off, or some stupid thing because you made a mistake as a pilot or a builder. But with gas planes, you can have something misfire and you can lose your engine in midair. You have to land it dead stick. And that's just one of a million different things. You could have bad gas. You have a gas that's sitting there for 20 years and you didn't realize it was in your garage for the last 19 years and then you finally decided to use it. That happens to a lot of people. I think we might have had some of that.
Really?
I think we burned some garbage with it. It was so old.
Well,
anyway, the whole point is, the point of this conversation is that this Ultra Stick is extremely versatile. It literally does all the features that I know about right now that are really helpful. It does have safe, but if you need safe, you should not fly this plane. It's probably too much for you. It's probably not a real safe thing to do because it's heavy, it's big, it's got a big prop, it's got a big motor. It can actually hurt you, so you got to be a little bit careful making decisions with planes that are too much for you to handle. If you levitate toward this and you can't have anything different, trust me, there's lots of good choices in the foam realm that are gonna give you a better crack at success. And then when you do crash them, you can fix them real easy. That being said, you can fix a balsa wood build-up plane, no problem if you crash it, but this film is very clean and very good, and you will, if you're like me, have a hard time replicating it. But many of you guys that are watching this are probably a million times better than I have ever been on covering film. I hate covering film. It is one of the big reasons why I don't build planes in balsa wood, because I sucked at it, and the last time I built one, it was tissue paper and dope. So, and no, they weren't RC, because I didn't really do radio controlled airplanes until I was an adult. I wish I could have as a kid. As a kid, I would have killed for what we're doing now. I would have literally killed to do it. I mean, it would have been insane. The technology that's coming out now was the technology that I was asking for on my birthday list to my parents when I was a kid. So it's just like kid in a candy store. You guys see it and you call me out on it every time, but that is exactly the way it is. All this stuff was stuff I wanted when I was a kid. It didn't exist yet, okay? So I was just in my little time machine looking through the catalogs, you know? So anyway, this Ultra Stick is awesome, guys. If you want one, check the link in the description below. Stay tuned. We're gonna do the exhaustive build, which sounds pretty ridiculous because this is a plug and fly. You're like, Brian, it's a plug and fly. Well, it's a plug and fly, but there's a lot to it. So setting this model up took some extra effort. It took a little bit of expansion on my brain area because I didn't know how to set up the ranges for the throws on the ailerons. So I had to learn how to do that. Also, we work you through how we learn to do things, not just show you exactly what to do. Now, the next model will show you just what to do, but we work through things so that you know how we got there. It's not because we want to make a longer, more boring video, although that does happen. We want you to learn how to learn, okay? So stay tuned. If you need to learn from our video, make the mistakes with us on our video, and then unbox your own plane and don't make the mistakes. Just skip that step. Or take your radio out and work through and build the exact model. Make all the same mistakes we make and then work your way through. And then when you get this thing open, you don't even have to do the radio setup. You just bind it, boom, ready to go. So it's really cool. That's a huge advantage for you. You can turn a couple hour build into like maybe a half an hour build. So that, and by the way, a couple hour build for us is a half an hour build in real life. When you film it, it always takes longer. So any other thoughts, camera crew?
It's really cool. I'm surprised.
Yeah,
I mean, different than what I was expecting.
Yeah, I'm really happy with it. It lands way faster than I thought it was going to be. And if you grease the landing on this, it makes you feel very good because it's not easy. If everything is easy, you know, like the more experienced you get, if everything is easy, it just kind of gets boring.
Well, and you've landed it 5 times, 6 times, whatever we just did.
Yeah, and we have a crosswind at 75, 80, 90 degrees and at the tail, and we can still land it. Now, landing under the power lines, you know, doesn't really demonstrate the crow, so we, you know, but we got a couple of those in too. Well,
and if you sat out here and did a couple more flights with it, it looks different, but we only film usually that, like, the beginning.
That's right. So. But darn you, vampire killing zone. Don't you ever kill any more planes, you tree right there.
That tree is not on our property, or it probably would not still be a tree.
It's not on my property, but that doesn't mean I can't trim it with my propeller. Or EDF. Anyway, so sometimes these things slip, but I'm just saying, when you push the limits, eventually you get bit by gravity and or trees. I might have talked about it in the video, but that's okay. So, all right, guys, sorry, Easter egg for you today. We're just gonna leave that in there so you guys can all think about this. Stool. You can stool on it. All right, the Ultra Stick. Buy one for yourself. It's in the link below. Right at the top, we show what we used in the video. It all worked really good. It just took a little bit of effort to set up. I would highly recommend this plane to somebody that is an experienced pilot. If you're an intermediate to experienced pilot, you should be fine with this plane. If you have a big space, you'll be fine as an intermediate pilot, no problem at all. If you're a beginner pilot, please don't buy this plane, buy something else. You're wasting your money. You're gonna crash it, you're probably gonna hurt yourself. Maybe you're gonna hit your friend's car at the flight field. Please say it's at the flight field. If you're flying this and you're inexperienced, have somebody help you. Have it like this and say, Brian, I'm ready. Are you ready? And then start your thing and say, oh, I can't handle it. That is perfectly acceptable. Remember, once you're in the air, you run this into somebody, they get hurt, it's your fault. So please don't do that. Love the plane. Great plane. Check the links in the description below. We are gonna obviously continue with the unbox, build, radio setup, and it's a little bit more involved on the radio setup than normal, but we're gonna show you how to set up every feature that we did today. And if you wanna help reward us, down below, we have a Patreon link. You can help support us monthly. We're gonna do a PayPal here real shortly, probably this next week, we'll get that set up. And then we have all the regular companies that we work with. They're just master links. You can go find whatever you want. But at the top, we're gonna show what was in the video. And then down below, we'll have previous popular videos, items. If you wanna follow the links and buy them from there, you'll help support us without having to give us money out of your own back pocket. You'll let these guys give us a few bucks off of the sale of that plane. So, any other thoughts? Stay tuned, guys. Much more coming. And by the way, I'm not just talking about this video. All right, guys, we just got done with our Maiden, but we're gonna plop this in at the end of our build. A couple things we did. One, we replaced the stock straps with these straps because we immediately hated the ones that came with it and didn't think it was gonna be a big issue until I tried to put the battery in to fly. So one thought, if you have some straps sitting around, you might wanna use them. The ones that came with it are fine if you put Velcro onto the belly of your plane in the battery tray, and then that will hold the battery, and then these things are just kind of like there as a security measure. In my case, these are what hold the battery. So I wanted to use some nicer ones. Okay, had those lying around. Secondly, this screw was 475 threads long, and it needs to be about 30 threads long to get really good purchase and to pull into this, okay? Because the nut zert is mounted down here, okay? So you don't need that. You need like a 1/4 inch of penetration, okay? So all I did was I cut that down with a pair of strippers and then cleaned the edge up so it went in easy. And then I took a coffee cup, and if you're ever wanting to make one of these little keepers so you don't lose your screw when you lay this off the side of the plane or whatever, it doesn't ever fall off then. It's really nice. What you can do is, I had a coffee cup that was in the garbage at the time. So I grabbed that, that's literally what I did. I grabbed the coffee and I went like this, and I went like that, and then I went like this, cut, and then I went like this to make it square, and then I went like this to make it square, and then I trimmed it until I was satisfied with the size, like that. That was pretty easy. Then I took my X-Acto knife and I stuck it straight in the middle and just started spinning it a little bit. Instead of using a drill, that would have been easier. And then all I did was I just drilled a little hole out. You don't want it so small that it can't get the threads. You have to purchase on the threads a little bit. But the idea is there's nothing to hang on to that, so it never comes off of there. So like maybe every 75th time you might have to thread these on or whatever like that, okay? Works really nice. All you do is you just kind of force that over the threads when you get it to the right size, and then that's what happens. You have a little keeper. Then when you go to put your tray on, you put your tray on and you screw this in, and then it stays. So a couple of really quick tips that will make the Ultra Stick even better, and it's a great plane. Guys, check the links in the description. Don't forget to buy one for yourself. Follow our links, you'll help support us. Patreon, PayPal coming next week, and then obviously all the links below. Those are great ways to support us. We appreciate you. Come back for more. YouTube, it's Brian Phillips. We have a special little package here for you. Oh, it's like the last time I could barely get it up. But as usual, I get help with that if I need it. We're gonna cut this thing open. We haven't seen it fly. You've seen it fly. This is something new, something exciting, something different. Evidently something that's going to be happening more, which is welcome for me. So I'm actually quite excited to see what this thing has to offer. What is this thing? Well, we're about to find out. So if you'll give me just a quick second, camera crew. Got some manifest information, it looks like, which doesn't really have anything to do with the video. And then some things in different languages, which is weird. All right, camera crew, can you? Do you want me to
help you?
If possible.
Maybe.
Yeah, this might be kind of challenging. I think I'm gonna just There we go. Okay.
Sacrifice the box.
Maybe. Just a little bit. Because it's really sticking in there. There we go. Oh, man. You got it?
Yeah.
Wow. Takes two to tango. You got it?
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, yeah. The Ultra Stick by Hangar 9. This is a plug and play balsa aircraft. 60-inch sport aircraft for intermediate pilots. That is super cool.
It's a level 3.
It's a level 3?
Uh-oh.
I'm in trouble. Usually when it's a level 3, that means I'm in big trouble. Why did they call it a level 3? So this thing is a plug and fly, and you're probably thinking to yourself, well, but that normally these things you have to glue them together, you have to go and buy motors and ESCs, and you have to size everything, and you have to buy, you know, wheel pants and things like that, just the weird little items that you want to make it look right. Well, not with this one. You just open it up. It's got all the Spectrum Smart technology in there, which is awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna put this behind us so you can look at the beautiful art. It has, this plane has flaps and ailerons, by the way. Okay, flaps and ailerons, it appears. And if that's the case, I think we're gonna be using the AR637T. And I'm gonna pair that up with the NX8 like we've been using. This is gonna give us the ability to set up a full-length flaperon, possibly. That, well, I'm not sure how we're gonna set it up. Let's just say we're gonna set it up some way. I haven't decided yet. Okay, so we have foam. We have foam. This is not foam to protect foam, folks.
It's just foam?
Just foam.
Oh, man.
Okay, so we have lots of decals, which is interesting. There's a slip sheet of wax paper. That's pretty cool. So we get to choose if we want to put those on there. We will probably do it so that we can remember what the plane is. Okay, so we have a manual.
Oh.
Who folded it?
They only folded one page.
They only folded the front page and it was an accident. Okay, so that is a super high quality Hangar 9 manual. Hangar 9, as you probably already know, is a Horizon Hobby product because it matches the look of the boxes. And the fact that it is.
Tools required. Okay, that's handy.
So they're suggesting the AR637T, which is cool. Okay, so guys, just look how it's packed. It's just so different than what we're used to because we're used to having foamies, okay? So I'm gonna have to take this out in a certain order. These are stapled in, the sack is stapled to the side. You wanna show them that real quick? See? That's how they keep this piece from becoming damaged. Okay? A little bit scary.
Wow.
There's a dowel here. Looks like it pushed but didn't break. You see this right here? Mm-hmm. Got a little bit of superficial damage on the edge of the box. I want to get this staple out of here right away so it doesn't break our film on the wing. So let's go ahead and it is taped shut, so you don't have to cut it, which is nice. It's not heat shrinked. Now that might be an early release thing. Yours might come with heat shrink or like heat sealed edges.
Ooh. Wow.
Ball joints, high quality hardware. Look at that. Accessible, serviceable. These are, for your record, 26-gram digital Metal Gear servos. Wow. Holy crap, that's crazy. That is not a humongous wing, but look at how thick it is.
But it's
so light.
It looks cool on the end.
Feel it.
Oh, wow.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah, it's got this winglet shape to it. And then the cover film is just perfect, guys. Nice and tight. If you get any area that's not perfect, it just reverberates. Hello. That's so weird. Carbon fiber, or is that steel? I think it's steel. It's kind of hard to tell, actually. Yeah, that's steel. Because look, it has hysteresis when I bend it. Okay, great. So we're gonna lay this aside. That looks pretty good. Just to give you an idea of size, this is our 2-meter beaver. It's almost as long, the wing is. That's crazy. I didn't realize it was going to be that big.
60 inches.
60 inches is pretty big.
Yeah.
60 inches is 5 feet. That'd be 6 feet. So it's only 6 inches shy on each wing. Just little pad pieces of foam there that are flat. Kind of keep everything separate from one another. Now this one's not stapled. It's just in there. So let's just do a close inspection of how this comes out. So you guys may have noticed that we've been using some new mics, and just as a quick reminder, we're working through some different ideas on how best to serve you the best quality audio. And obviously our long format is, you know, unless something changes, kind of around for the long haul at this point, because we have had a lot of positive feedback from people saying that's what you want because everybody else does short format videos, and you want to see the details somewhere, so you can come here for that and you can go for short videos anywhere. So at the moment, we are planning on that, me and the camera crew, on just continuing that format until we come up with a good reason to change it. So for now, we're gonna leave it. Okay, so everything looks really good on the bottom.
I like the black stripes for
Yeah,
visibility.
that makes it so much easier to see in the air. Really, really, really clean work. Nice hinges. Normally on an ARF, you would have to do all of this and this. You'd have to mount all this stuff. And so this is super nice. So you're gonna be able to basically stick the components together and then go to town. So I'm quite excited about this. You guys may know that most people have different past experience with RC. And for me, part of my past experience is working with my grandpa on balsa wood airplanes. He would build them and I would help him put all the servos and stuff in for a few years before he passed away. And so we enjoyed that process. Granted, it was actually kind of challenging for me because I didn't know a lot about sizing the ESCs and the motors and things like this. And I think that's just something that comes with time. Goodness gracious, I'm kind of tangled up here a little bit, so just being careful. Gotta pay attention for just a sec. Yep, there's just some double-sided tape, it looks like, or maybe some glue.
Yeah, between the
that's
bags.
holding the bags together. So this stuff is really high quality. And anyway, so when my grandpa was building these planes, then I would also maiden them for him. And of course, he didn't really ever fly them, ever. Okay, I want to use the knife on this one. Yeah, he really wanted to see him fly.
He thought he was too old to learn to fly. He probably could have.
He just didn't have any interest. It's kind of like when people are always asking you to fly. It's just not like really what you're into. But the thing is, it's like this. If you build them, I just can't imagine not wanting to fly them. I think he was more concerned about not wanting to crash them.
Yeah.
I feel like that's part of it.
But it was cool because we would go and like their neighbors would come out and watch.
Yeah, they lived in a small retirement community.
It was really cool.
And they loved it. They'd
Yeah.
all get out of their houses.
chairs.
They'd sit outside and we'd fly for a few hours for them. And they just loved it.
Wow, that looks really nice.
Okay. So we've got a metal linkage here that goes between. Nice extra support. This is here just to protect the other components from the control horn, rather. And that has been glued. Looks like a thread-all sort of thing. Or just a bolt. It might just be a bolt. But either way, really clean work. Obviously, I haven't seen any damage, but just in case you guys never built a plane like this,
That's cool.
you can see the frame, which is really cool. Everything is really light when you start building like this. And in terms of size, everything, the wing loading is so much lower, so it's just an easier to fly plane most often times. And you can also go for a really, really strong, sturdy plane with less weight. And that's something that, you know, with foam, sometimes we give up a little bit on that. I don't have anything bad to say about foam. A lot of you old timers really love balsa wood planes. And man, look how nice that is.
That is.
It's beautiful. It's really well done.
Yeah, Yeah.
Look how nice the finish is.
Yeah.
They even painted the edges well. That's something you don't usually see. Look how heavy duty all this is. There's collars on either side. Those wheel pants aren't going to give us problems. By the way, wheel pants are pretty hard to execute in real life in my experience. My grandpa's planes we always struggled with that. They always caused problems with binding, and they ended up being the first thing to go.
Well, you built balsa planes even when you were a kid.
Yeah, but they were never radio controlled.
No.
I wanted them to be radio controlled, but back in the day, when I was a kid, it would have been, well, people were doing it, but it was a lot less frequent, and it certainly wasn't 9-gram micro servos.
Right.
Just trying to be careful because this CA hinge feels pretty stiff right now. Hear that noise? Mm-hmm. It is possible that the CA hinge needs to be worked a little bit. So now would be a good time to work it. So of course that's the elevator and horizontal stabilizer. And you can see through that. That is really cool.
That's so neat.
And then it looks like this is obviously where our vertical stabilizer is going to pass through. And then just some foam to protect this from the other components. So I'll lay this down real carefully on top of the other surface. And as we go, I'm just being really careful. One thing that you're gonna know if you've ever worked with balsa wood planes is that while they are very strong, they are still vulnerable. And where they're vulnerable, oh my goodness.
Holy cow.
That is crazy. Look at this. This is the wing joiner.
That's amazing.
It's like a metal rod. It's like a bead
umbrella
stick.
stand.
Yeah, where's the umbrella? Look at this. Isn't that crazy?
That's amazing.
But feel how light it is. It's not quite as impressive as the Draco joiner rod, but that is.
So that's not what I was expecting.
But it's definitely metal.
Yep.
I believe it feels like it's steel, but it looks like aluminum. So I'm not sure. Okay, then it comes to the prop. Looks like a 13/8 electric. Thin electric, not for gas engines. And the reason that it's not for gas engines is because gas engine props would be a little bit heavier duty.
Oh, really?
Yep. Huh. And I noticed that there's no collars in there. So they must have already adjusted this to size, which is strange because this doesn't have any hole in the sack unless it looks like it is restapled. So they must have put it back in there. So I'm actually gonna hang on to this part just so I can put that in the links or whatever. Okay, so then this is just paper for packaging. Looks like wax paper backing. So again, not 100% sure if that's gonna be true on all of them. Ooh, man, look at that. That's not maybe so good.
Ooh.
There's a lot of holes there. That makes me pretty nervous. Okay, spinner.
Okay, I'm getting nervous.
Hardware. I know, I'm nervous. I'm nervous about this. There's also another hardware bag right here that's loose. Looks like nylon and screws. Very low piece count, which is what I like. Okay. Then the moment of truth, as you can see, we're getting all the way down to the bottom. Okay, there is a staple that made its way down to the bottom.
Ooh.
Yeah, I know. But I don't see that it made it through any of the plastic, so that's good. Just looking it over real closely. You always want to check your planes when you get them out. Pretty obvious we're doing that because we want you to see what you're going to be getting in your own package. And make no mistake about it, guys. These things get shipped to us too. Okay, E-Flight servos. 26-gram digital mini metal gear servos. They've got isolation mounts on there and everything. Those are huge control arms.
Yeah, they are.
And then here's an IC5 plug. And then of course the cover, which is going to be taped down now just for shipping reasons. And that pulls out. Okay, that is a big area to put your battery. Okay, so that's always good. So I'll drop this back down in there. I was kind of expecting that to have magnets on it, but there's actually a screw that goes in there to hold it in. Now this plane can be purchased, I believe, as an ARF, an almost ready to fly. And if not, I'm sure they're gonna offer one without the power package, because you can actually use this and run it as a gasser. So if you decide you wanna do that, that is definitely a possibility. Let's look at this real quick while we got it out. That is steel. Yep, it's steel. It looks like black anodized steel, which is weird. Not typically in aircraft that I know of. Really high quality ball joints. A little bit of looseness here. We got a couple of bubbles. Nothing major. That could be fixed in 2 seconds with an iron. Probably with just with a hair dryer. On that, it's so minor. And it looks like it's limited to that spot. Now I'm like scared to pull this tip off. Mounting holes for the landing gear. Another spot here. Looks like floats possibly.
Yeah.
You can't put floats on it?
There was something in the manual I saw about optional floats.
Okay. 2 nylon nuts here. This is where you can receive your wing. Very cool. Servo wires are all tied up with a zip tie. That's something we're not used to seeing. Mm-hmm. I'm assuming they want us to put the receiver here or here. There is a power switch spot here. And then there's another plug here, an opening for another type of switch. I think that's actually a fuel port opening, possibly. Except that would normally be, yeah, because if you're gonna have a fuel tank, your fuel tank is gonna be somewhere up here, I'm assuming. Maybe that's what that's for. Oh, whew, I feel relieved now. Okay, so that is a big motor, huge. It's huge. EFLM 7450, BL50, brushless outrunner, 525 kV. Wow, that is a big motor. Look at the leads on that. That is awesome. Okay, so now that you've seen the components, you can tell this is definitely a high quality plane. And really, to be honest, anything in the Hangar 9 brand is gonna be of the utmost quality. So to be honest, it is my first Hangar 9 plane, which obviously won't be the last one, that's for sure. Esteban also has the Spitfire. So some year, maybe he'll build it and then we'll fly it. Hopefully you're watching, Esteban. But in the meantime, while we're waiting, we'll just do like 7 other planes for you. Okay, so we're gonna get our plane stand out and we'll come back and do the assembly right now. Stay tuned. All right, folks, so we're here with the Hangar 9 Ultra Stick. This is a plug and fly plane. Show them where it says easy assembly, no tools necessary.
No.
No tools.
No glue.
Does it say, oh, no glue?
Yes.
Okay, so the reason I point that out is because there is a long and tedious list of instructions that go along with this plane. And I can tell you this from personal experience that even though the instructions are very good on this plane, they are precise. Mm-hmm. It's a little bit overwhelming because I'm like, okay, it's not really that complicated, and yet I would have screwed up something for sure. And you guys would have laughed. But instead, I read through the instructions, something I never do, and I hate doing. Usually I have the camera crew read because she reads words better than me.
I started reading them to you, and then you kept asking questions.
I did. I was like,
because you weren't listening.
What is this letter?
You weren't I said it's still better than a Dynam with 4 steps, like put the wing on, fly it.
So, this is the tail. It goes like this, okay? There's 2 holes. That is where you're going to receive, okay? Are you guys noticing how perfect that fits? Okay, that's where that's gonna go, okay? Very simple. And the only thing I'm questionable on is that it goes this way. So, should have read the instructions. The reason it goes that way is because that's where the control horn comes out, okay?
Yep.
So very simple. Now, The reason we do that first is because then we can put the tail on. The instruction manual suggested putting in the receiver first, and I said, you know, that's great, but we just kind of do things in a little bit different order just because of the format of our channel. So there's 2 of these bolts, okay? So this is one of the spots where it's nice to have the manual handy though, because this is a little bit of a weird setup. If you want to just show them what we're talking about here, you have to take this nut off so that you can take this white thingy off here, okay, this steel piece. So this nut comes off, and then once that's off, that allows you to slide the assembly onto the wing, okay? So there's a lot of steps on this build that are like, they seem pretty simple. Okay, so you see this? Hopefully they have that set screw somewhere. Oh, it's on the other side. There it is. So this you have to release too. So they've really kind of thought through this.
1.5.
They've thought through this stuff almost to the point of like, okay, like, why are you telling me that? Is there something I didn't know? So you're going to get into it because it's a skill level 3 plane. So the type of person that's going to be building this plane is going to probably know a lot of this stuff, even if you've just been building foamies. Okay, so if you look kind of underneath, there's a place you can pass this through, okay? And if you're careful about the way you line things up, you're still probably going to have a little bit of trouble. I got to lay down this nut. Camera crew, you see where it is? Right at the end of that tool.
Yep.
I'd like to be able to put this through without dropping this assembly. So I'm going to lay this down on top of the rudder. And this is a little bit awkward because I want to just pass it through correctly. Because about the time you think it's easy, then you're going to drop one of these things. And you see I keep struggling with this. Camera crew, any chance you can put one hand on top of there just so it doesn't fall down? Like right on the edge of the, there you go, perfect. Okay. Then I can press up a little bit harder.
Oh, okay.
That's all I'm really struggling with. I just needed a third hand. It's a kind of a tough angle to get actually. Because you see this one's fighting because of the hole that's got to pass through. This does give you a little bit of pressure, so I think I can flip it upside down and show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so when you flip the plane upside down, just be careful in case that would want to pop off of there.
Can I hold on?
Yeah, that's fine. You don't even need to really probably hold much. And you see, that's our problem. I don't have full alignment yet. I got to slide it over a little bit. See, now I have alignment.
Can I show the people?
Yeah, so if in doubt, take your tool.
Yeah.
And just push it to the center like that. Mm-hmm. That was probably what we were fighting there. It was just kind of hard to see from above. So now that that's lined up, or from below rather, now that that's lined up, I just have to somehow magically get this all to slide. And what's happening is this collar doesn't want to make it down past this bend. As a result, I can't get this down either. And that is glued in there. That is glued in there. So you'll see I'm having a hard time getting this alignment because you see what's going on here? Mm-hmm. Can't get it through. So I don't know if there's like some trick I'm missing. It didn't seem to talk about this in the instructions. Didn't get very far without having a problem. That's a little disappointing. But you see what I'm doing here is I'm just trying to get that to align. Okay, so once you get those first points, you're gonna have to actually hold that down there, camera crew. Okay, there you go. See, I'm just right on the edge of making it, and you see what's happening right here. This piece is fighting me. So I'm going to try and turn it. See, but as I turn it, it doesn't get any narrower. So I have to try to push this forward just a hair. Okay, there, I found the hole. And now as I lower this down, it's going to open up that gap actually, which sounds ridiculous, but it should. Okay, so I'm going to just walk it in. The front's going down. And as the front goes down, I need desperately to get this to clear. But I don't know exactly how that's going to happen. Because you see, I can't get this collar past this bend without unbending the assembly for the tail dragger. So I'm going to have to pull on it, which is not a fun thing to do, but it will let you get it in. You see?
Oh, man.
I know, but what else are you going to do?
I don't know.
Okay, so going quick and trying not to damage the finish. Whew. Now, same thing here. Okay, so that's going down and it's just going right in. Whew, that was kind of scary. Okay, so I just want to stop for a second and just say Horizon did a really nice job of making a manual that talks a lot about steps. That was not in the manual. But the problem that I had that you'll be experiencing shortly is that this collar is not allowed to drop down as far as they say it will. As a result, you can't get clearance necessary to slide this. So you just kind of have to make it work. So let's suppose that we ream this hole out just a hair. Okay, first of all, is that ideal? No. Is it a big deal? Absolutely not. Does it matter at all? Probably not even a little bit. Okay, because look, you're covered up already.
Right.
Then your next step is super easy. You basically just put this collar down and tighten this thing. And you can tighten it wherever you want. It doesn't have to be lined up to the front. It's not machined flat on any of those surfaces. So you can just lower that down and tighten it wherever. But I am going to put Loctite on that. Now remember, guys, on foamies, Loctite is not your friend, okay? Because Loctite will cause all sorts of grief with foam. Now, this did not come with it. This is blue Loctite. I would recommend there's nothing special about it. This is just regular run-of-the-mill blue Loctite. You can get it at any hardware store in the country that sells hardware. Or an O'Reilly's or an Advanced Auto Parts or whatever these national chains are. Okay? They did include paper towels on the list. So.
Good thing we have plenty of those.
Yes. Because you never know why you might need a paper towel while you're building an airplane. So the nut's there. So in my case, I have to open this thing. And now that we're doing it on camera, this one's going to be like terrible. That's why you need a paper towel.
Yep.
Not for any other reasons.
Loctite was really excited.
It sprayed right all over me. Jeez. Like I said, I've opened these things hundreds of times, never ever had one blow up, but since it's on camera, of course it's going to blow up on me. Normally you have to take and flip this over and then pierce it to even get it to work. In my case, you just have to twist it a little bit and it just sprays all over the place.
That's usually my experience.
So, here we go.
Now you're making me nervous.
I know. Well, it's just simple stuff. Okay, so look, we're just going to put a little bit of Loctite on there. Now, that is not included on the instructions, I don't think. And if it is, I apologize, Horizon. So then once that's on there, that is quite a bit of Loctite, by the way. You just really only need enough to get into the threads. So I'm going to back it up until it's walking all the way out. And then I'm just going to make sure to touch it a little bit and caress it until it's all the way in and plunged for deep penetration. Okay, so the deep penetration has taken place and yet we are still not quite touching, which is a little bit weird and disconcerting. I'm just going to change my angle of attack and see if I can get penetration here. And I'm definitely bottomed out. Okay, so there we are. So we're good now. So I'm going to just wipe the tip. Guys, keep your tip clean. I know from experience. So once you have that all cleaned up, then all we're going to do is we're going to move on to the nuts. Now these are nylocks and washers, correct? Because if they're nylocks, you don't necessarily need to use Loctite, but you could if you wanted to. So let's look at what the instruction manual suggests. The suggestion is right here. 3mm nut from the fin mounting post, use a 1.5mm. Okay, so we're going to M3 lock nut to the mounting post. M3 lock nut. So you're going to look in your nut and bolt sack.
Isn't that the one you took?
No, that was not a lock nut. And I want to point that out to everybody watching on the interweb.
The interweb?
If you're watching on the interweb, yes. So this is what comes in the nut and bolt sack. There's one. There's two. There's a washer. There's another washer. There's another washer. There's another washer. Take note of the fact that they are different washers. No, seriously.
I did. I wrote it down.
That is not a nylock.
Whoops.
That is not a nylock. Now, the reason I show you that is because if you, and yes, I know I'm pouring this out on my beautiful plane, but just, you'll get over it, people, I promise. Just throwing stuff all over the place. Now it's just going to another planet.
Goodness.
Jeez, and that was one of the things I needed, folks. Okay, nylock, nylock, not nylock. Okay? The reason I point that out is because non-nylocks would require some level of security measure, like Loctite. Okay, so we're going to take this, we're going to slide that over as instructed in the manual. It seems a little bit redundant and not quite the right size because look, we have a huge one. We have a huge one here. That one seems like a perfect fit. So I'm wondering if maybe this one doesn't even need another nut or washer. Let's refer to the instructions. This is where instructions are kind of handy. Okay, so yeah.
That just says lock nut, no washer.
But that's the next step. Yeah, that one's just a lock nut. This one here is, that one is going to be the weird washer.
The thin M3 washer.
Oh, they want the thin one? Mm-hmm. Because you're going to use the three washers up front. I reject your advice, manual. I reject it. We don't need this one up here. We're going to use that on the landing gear. Okay? Do you see the way I did that, guys? I thought about what the manual was saying and then I rejected it immediately. Because I know better than the engineers that designed this plane.
Yes, you do.
From scratch. Tediously wrote a manual and want for my success.
You're making me nervous with all your nuts.
Well, listen.
Up here in the open like
Don't
this.
you worry your little heart. I'm going to be careful. Okay? So, here we go. So that's tightened on. And then they also, these wonderful engineers suggested a special tool that would have been properly sized for this equipment. Can you give an extreme close-up of that?
Of what?
No, of the nuts.
I'm not sure I'm supposed to do that.
So look at this. This is the precision, high quality, this is the nut driver.
Yes.
This is my M3 nut driver here, guys.
It's not even a crescent.
It isn't even a crescent wrench. It's a sizable wrench.
How is it that I didn't know that Crescent was like a brand until I started doing this with you?
Well, you learned all sorts of fun things. Now, I do have some Loctite that I didn't get cleaned up. That is unacceptable. I can't believe this is made for the interweb and we did these things. All right, so I want to talk about something. Normally, when you're building a plane of this caliber, okay, of this caliber, meaning it's really nice, you would want to make sure that things are square. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tighten this most of the way, and then I'm going to turn it over and verify some things. But my camera crew is going to look over my shoulder and tediously remind me. Now, when my nut driver falls on here and it hits that covering film, it's going to cut it. So I'm going to have two hands up here like I look like some sort of an amateur. That's because I'm using my nut driver that is a crescent wrench that's generic. See, when that drops and this sharp point hits there, I just want to warn you, you guys may have a bad experience if you don't use the correct tool for the job, okay? I'm just going to show you that it can be done. I'm not suggesting it's the best way. The best way is a nut driver, right?
I think they also said you're supposed to put some towels down.
Well, that is a personal preference, okay? If you need towels or not. So, here we go.
So are you tightening? You're not tightening them all the way?
I am tightening them most of the way, and I'll show you why we're doing most of the way. And I do have a question for the engineers, the ones that told us there was no glue required. Because evidently glue is like a big problem for people, even though we use it in the foam world. So, if you'll notice, this is not necessarily tight yet. I did that purposefully. Why would you do that, Brian? Because I want to align it. I want this to be perpendicular to the fuse. But somebody left all the crap on here, so now I need to take it off right there. Okay, I'm taking the extra nut, and I'm taking this extra screw that I don't know what it is yet. because I read the instructions but didn't really pay attention mostly. Okay, so look, there's 3 washers and 3 screws. You'll notice that the piece count is getting significantly smaller. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces over here. We do have one more nut sack and bolt sack, yes, which has to do with the prop and spinner. But I just want you guys to see something. What is so cool about this plane is you're probably thinking to yourself, oh, that thing is super complicated. It's a balsa build. I don't want to get into all that. That's going to be a pain. Well, I'm just going to tell you right now, balsa wood planes, and yes, look behind you, follow me. Okay, look over here. Foam, 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 foam. Foam, 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 foam. There's foamies all over this house, okay? I mean, I'm literally surrounded by foamies.
Literally.
These things fly better. What's that? I don't know. I just was saying that balsa wood planes fly better. They do. So if you didn't already know that, now you know that. The secret's out. If you didn't know that they fly better, they do. That's why they're more expensive and take more work. But that doesn't mean that you have to do it without all the new technology of Safe Select and AS3X. You can do all the training aids. Look at this, guys. Okay, that's a 3mm. So this is for the landing gear. Remember, we still need to tighten the tail, but I'm gonna get the landing gear mounted first.
Okay.
Now, if you really want the absolute best outcome with Loctite, what you will do is you will squeeze this on there and let it dry.
What?
I don't know a single human in the history of time, other than manufacturers that make bolt packs, that has ever let that happen. Hey, by the way, if that's going into a nutzert that is nylon, do not use Loctite. You will cause it to prematurely fail. The solvent will eat the plastic and you will have a component rip off of your plane in flight, probably on the first or second flight. Yep.
That would probably be bad.
It would not be good unless you wanted the plane to crash.
So you just looked and you know it's going into, what is it going into?
It is a metallic
Nutzert?
fastener.
Okay.
It's a nutzert of sorts. I don't know what it is.
But it's not plastic.
Okay, so appropriate amounts. So the reason I said that these things fly better is because I want you to be aware, that when you look at a balsa aircraft and you think, but Brian, it looks just the same. In fact, you know what? I think the foamies look better. You know what? I think the foamies look better too, but that doesn't mean they fly better. And that's not to say that you can't have a balsa build-up plane look better. Some of these look amazing. In fact, the most amazing planes out there are usually going to be balsa built up or fiberglass or whatever. I mean, the foamies are really, even though they are awesome, they are pretty much entry-level stuff. So the people that are really, really addicted are into this, okay?
You're trying to tell me something.
I'm just saying. Just saying, someday, it's not just going to be foam. Okay, so I don't have that starting properly, so I'm going to go and do the right thing and loosen these to allow for proper penetration and purchase. See? That's why you don't tighten them until you get them all 3 in. Okay, now that you have all 3 in, and you've got them all finger tight, as we would call it, this is something to note. If you want these wheels to track straight, you may have to do a little bit of work on this, okay? Glad we had that conversation. My guess is it's probably going to be near perfect, because this is Hangar 9. It's really high quality. Now, one of the goals and objectives in this Ultra Stick, from what I've been told, is that they want to make it easier for people to make the transition from foamy to balsa wood in a performance aircraft like this. And the 3D platforms are super popular right now, so this is a cool way of doing it. I mean, I would be pretty lame-brained to not realize that we've made other videos about balsa wood planes similar, but this is like probably one of the nicer ones we've ever done. Okay, now that we have the landing gear mounted, we can flip the plane over. we can roll it to the center of the island in our case. And I want to just take a look really close. I want to get in here and really closely inspect this. Okay. What I'm looking for is squareness here. And it looks really, really good actually.
Can I stand
behind
you? Or
yeah,
what?
You can. So basically what we're looking for is perpendicular and then perpendicular. And that's really, really good. So the other thing you can do if you don't have access to calipers, which would be great, is you can actually just use a tape measure. You can measure from a common point on either side and make sure that they're the same. So like if you take this tape, you're not going to measure to the tip because that's going to be really hard to hook onto a plane like this. So you'll measure from like 5 inches or 10 inches. So let's go from 10 inches. Okay, so you want to find the central point on that wing, and then you can measure out here. Okay, so like what I'm going to do is I'm going to know that 10 is my mark, and then I'm not even going to care. Then I'm just going to carry this mark over, and I'm going to do the exact same thing. Yep, that's exactly the same. Okay, close enough for what I need. Now, the alternative method you can use for that that's really easy, and all I did was I just picked 2 points. It's not like you have to pick this point or you have to pick that point. If you pick several points, you can verify more or less, whatever works for you. So you can also take, and you can use this stick thing that comes out of the caliper. But as you can see, it's not quite long enough to reach, okay? So I just show you that because there are sometimes limitations in the equipment you have, and that's why you might need a 16-foot tape measure, or 25 or 50 or whatever it is. Okay, so I'm happy with the way that looks. So I am going to tighten these, and then once I'm done tightening, I'm going to go back and verify that we have good measurements again. Okay. Now what I'm listening for and feeling for as I tighten this is I am listening and feeling for crushing of balsa wood, because I want to have good purchase, but I don't want to damage. You hear that? Mm-hmm. I want to go just beyond. Okay, so I'm looking at this gap here. You guys can't probably see it, but there is a gap here, about enough to put a fingernail in. Mm-hmm. My goal is to close that gap, and it will close, okay? This is just a little bit more awkward spot is all. Listening very carefully. Hope you guys can hear it. Oh, it's getting tight. Okay, so that's as tight as it needs to be. You can see we've depressed that down into the finish, so I'm okay with that as opposed to the noise. Now I'm going to go back here and tighten just a hair more. All right, so I feel like that's tight. This is tight. That's tight and Loctited. Now, the next thing we need to do is let's re-verify our squareness. So I'm just gonna, if you want to try to get a different angle, just see if they can, I'll just actually use this thing on the end here. So it looks like we're 12 3/8 to the center of the top here, okay? And 12 3/8 right to the center. So I can swipe this back and forth until I see where the center is, okay? Boom. So 12 3/8. It's challenging because you have to have it symmetrical, okay? So now I'm gonna go this way, put the tape out a little bit long, fold it back on itself, control it like this, okay? Okay, so I'm gonna hook onto that. And 3/8, because I'm looking right at the crest of this curve here and right at the crest of this curve. Okay, some of these measurements are not like super easy, and they're really not, but they're also really not that hard. Okay, so we have the plane half assembled. Look at this, that's crazy.
Yeah,
and that is really pretty actually.
It's really, the fuse is really long.
Looks nice. Mm-hmm. I like the colors.
Yeah.
Hawkeyes. Okay, so getting back to the point, I also noticed that the wheel does not look like it's in perfect alignment. You want to show the people at home? Look where the tire treads are. Do you see that? How it's not lined up perfectly? Mm-hmm. What do you think?
What are you gonna do? Just bend it?
Probably.
It's close. It's not that far off.
Yeah, but it's going to be enough. So the alternative is that this wheel could have just a little bit of play on it too. See that? Mm-hmm. See how there's a wobble?
Yeah.
So what I'm looking at is I'm looking at the tread compared to where this is. Okay? So I'm actually just going to hold on to this real tight and then just try to jank on this a little bit. Just like that. That's close. It's not perfect, but it's good enough for what we're doing.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll see how that goes. I mean, it may not be an issue because we're gonna get that tail wheel off the ground really quick anyway. So the next step would be to install the wings. We have obviously the prop too, but we can do that last. If you guys are wanting the safest way to do this, leave the prop off until you're done with radio setup. So as you can see, we've got control surfaces for flaps and ailerons.
Tape makes me nervous.
It really does. It makes me nervous too. Just because, but you know why they do that, right?
Yeah.
To immobilize the control
Right.
surfaces in transit. You want to make sure that those things don't flop around.
With foam, tape is always, just makes me nervous.
Yeah. So I'm just pulling straight off of itself. So we hopefully don't get any of that film lifted. Okay, and resist the temptation to yank it and have it slide off and hit something. Okay, so we're gonna have to center all these surfaces at some point. So I'm not really particularly concerned. Okay, so you see this? You can tell which one's which. So this one's the flap. So I'm gonna make a label right on here. This one's the flap. And that other one's the aileron. So why don't we just do this? Why don't we take off the tape and we'll use the tape that's provided.
Okay.
Okay, so this one's the aileron, right? And this one's the flap.
Yep.
Okay, so that should make it pretty easy. That tape is really good, so I'm gonna take advantage of it. Okay, so that one's the flap, right? And this is gonna be for us the right wing, so RF. You're like, but why are you labeling it right flap? Who cares? It's a flap. We'll talk about that later. I haven't decided how I want to set this wing up yet, but we've been looking for an opportunity to try a receiver that we've had for a little bit, and this might be it. So this, of course, is the right aileron. RA. And I'm going to mark both sides so that when we have it the other direction, we're not fighting to read it. RF, which of course has other meanings too. All right, so now we can look back inside the wing and verify real quick. So this is the flap, and that is in fact the flap. And this is in fact, with a servo extension, the aileron plug. And so what I'm doing now is I'm just verifying that it's not going to come unplugged. See that, guys? They have a zip tie around it. That's the head of the zip tie. I don't know if they can see that right there.
I can see the little black.
Yep, that's
Yeah.
the head of a zip tie right there. Why don't you give them an extreme close-up? Extreme close-up time.
Of a zip tie.
That's terrible lighting.
It is. Well, that's even worse.
Oh, man.
Yeah, see?
Camera, you're failing us.
It's a
That's
zip
a
tie.
zip tie.
Trust us.
Take our words for it. Okay, so now that we've done that, we'll go ahead and slide the joiner in. What is that? Is that tape? What is that? Do you see this?
What? I do not.
What is that? I want to take that out.
Looks like
Is it a piece of balsa?
maybe.
That's balsa. What the heck?
Don't break something.
No, it's just, see? It's just a piece of the rib that broke off internally.
Oh.
And when it got glued, they just missed it.
Do you want to do the joiner so we don't forget it?
I do. Now this wing is pretty easy to put together because there's just not really a lot of pieces going on. But we do have this giant thing, which, by the way, just to give you an idea of how thick this is. Okay, so this is a 1-inch tube, and look how thick the sidewalls are. Jeez, that's crazy. 16th of an inch. Wow. That's crazy. That's strong stuff. Like, I couldn't bend that. Okay, so it doesn't go there. It goes there. And how do we know?
Because it only fits in one hole.
That's right. Unless you push hard.
No.
Just saying. Okay, so on this wing, same exact process. We'll pause and get this left wing marked, and we'll come right back. All right, so now we just need, so we have the left flap and the left aileron marked, and we pulled those out, and we verified there is a zip tie around the connection point. So just so you guys can see, they have smoothed the edge so that it's easy to align. These are the type of steps that you don't normally have done on an ARF. This is not an ARF. It's really very, very far from an ARF. It is a plug and fly for sure. Now, this wing seems huge because it actually just goes straight together, all the way together, like this. Okay? And then you see there's a pin here. That pin keeps them aligned with the angle of attack, okay? That's, again, another sort of the thing that you're going to have to do on an ARF.
Put the actual
historically
pin in itself. You'd actually have to put it in.
A lot of times,
Wow.
yeah. Then look at that. Look how tight that joint is. That is hard to achieve without special skills, guys. And I'm not saying that you have to have it perfect for the plane to fly. You don't. But it is uncommonly good in my expectation. You know, I've built a few planes, and they don't line up quite that good. And I know my grandpa's stuff didn't line up like that. But we always made them fly, for the record. Okay, so here's some nylon bolts. Those are going to be used shortly here. And then this is another piece. Okay, you see this? That is made of wood.
It is?
Yep, I know.
Really?
That doesn't go there. Where does this one go? I thought that went there. Oh, it goes up on top. It goes on top. Okay?
Oh, okay.
And that helps to join the tail end of the wing as an attachment point here, okay? So I'm actually just gonna slip that through. Just down. Okay, down and down. Okay, so then we're ready to get those screwed in. You don't have to actually slide that through. I just wanted to show you how it worked. And you'll notice that they're pointed slightly forward. Okay, see how that goes up like this instead of like this.
Yep.
That's evidently what needs to happen. So I'm going to lay this wing down here because we don't need it for a few minutes. Okay, one of the suggestions in the manual was to set up the radio system earlier, and I rejected that and did our own thing, which is fine. It's not like, you know, there's a right or wrong here. It's just there is an easier way. Okay, so I'm going to put that there. The manual also indicated something about magnets. We did not have magnets, but the way that you join this thing is you have this thumb nut. As you can see that you immediately drop. See the thumb nut? This thumb nut threads into this nut zert or flush nut or whatever it is. Okay, so that goes on there. That is going to leave this opened. Now that hole, I assume, is for ventilation or in a gas plane to have an exhaust pipe stick out, okay? So these fingers wrap into the front and then this drops through and holds the top on. I would far prefer a magnet myself because it'd be a lot quicker, but that will work. And you know, you don't want that battery to like fling out and hit somebody because it's, you know, pretty heavy. So, all right, without further ado, I think at this point, the next thing we have to do is we have to get the prop installed. The manual doesn't really go into it a lot, but you should probably balance your prop. And if you don't have a prop balancer, there's a few different ways to skin this cat. If you don't have a prop balancer, they're going to suggest you get a prop balancer. Obviously, you have to have very little pressure if you're going to do it without spinning it. My experience has always worked just fine to basically assemble the whole plane, spin it, and then deal with the vibration at that point, which many of you guys complain about. And that's fine. You can keep complaining because that's probably the way I'm going to do this one too. I do actually have a prop balancer, but like I said, it's way downstairs and I know exactly where it is. So
do you actually?
I do. Yeah, I do. Okay, so this is the collet, and that goes on to the actual shaft of the motor, and then that will bite with pressure from this thing. This is aluminum, very high quality. Feel how light this nut is.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy? Some of this stuff is just so light. Okay, then this is the weird nut.
Is that the technical
Here,
term?
hold that nut sack there.
Thank you.
There's only one in there.
This makes it a little awkward to hold.
It is weird, I think. But look at the modified nut, how big it is. It's like strange to have so much face area on there. Okay, so then this thing, which is the spinner that receives the... So I've always thought that's funny. I think this might, yeah, that's the way it goes. So they have texture here and then they have texture here, but this is smooth.
No texture there.
Well, it's gonna have texture after you tighten it on here probably. Okay, so then your prop, slip it on like this. Okay, so just like that, very good fit. Almost no slop, which is really nice, unless you're into that sort of thing. And just a really, really, really good fit. Oh my goodness, that is super good. And obviously on this, you're gonna need to tighten it. Now, if you don't know what direction the prop goes, study mine and then go that way. So it's gonna spin this way. Okay. I haven't decided if I'm gonna set up thrust reverse or not on this. I think I'm probably gonna set up thrust reverse, even though I probably won't use it much. But then it's gonna be going counterclockwise, okay? So that should pull the plane forward. And if you're wondering what I'm talking about with thrust reverse, this has an Avian ESC. So from the transmitter, you should be able to program the ESC to allow for both braking, timing, lipo type, all that stuff, as well as reverse. Okay, so that's on there. That looks absolutely glorious. And then of course, I am dropping more building this plane than I've dropped building the last 5 foamies. Okay, this goes right there. Nice tight fit. And then there's a total of 3 screws that come with this, okay? Yeah. These are hex style screws. So I'll show you what size that is here in a second. I believe it is a 1 millimeter.
So while you're looking for your nut driver, with these balsa built up planes, do they ever have them where the motor is like in the plane?
Yeah, and do we not have a 1 millimeter? Is that the deal?
Do we not?
Yeah, it's weird because there's a 0.9 millimeters. That's like way small. I think we should have a 1 millimeter. There's a 1.3, 1.5, 2.5. Okay, so I think we'll pause and see if we can find that. Sorry guys, 1.5 millimeter. My bad. So the 1.5 millimeter slips in there and then ready to rock and roll. Now I'm going to show you one other thing here that's going to probably throw none of you off, but for those of you that it does throw off, stop now. This is not a beginner plane. You'll notice this is not mounted in the center.
Oh, right.
See? Mm-hmm. Why do you think that is?
P factor.
To help counter P factor. Good job, camera crew. And then if you look at this, it's hard to tell, but the angle by which that is mounted is not perfectly square, nor is it centered. It's off to the side and it's pointed in. I'm going to exaggerate like this. Okay? So that is how we help mitigate some of that P factor. That is common to planes, model aircraft, and actually real aircraft too, to a degree. Maybe not quite so exaggerated. Okay, so now that that's hooked up, sorry. Now we need to do some of the next setup, which is going to entail radio setup, and we also need to mark CG, but we'll kind of do that when we actually put the wing on.
Okay.
So our next step is we have to start talking about radios. So if you guys want to see the radio setup, it's in kind of a weird middle ground step here because, to be perfectly honest, that plane is done. It's done building, except for the radio. So even though we're going very slow and tediously, this plane has been extremely easy to build. We still have to mount the control horns, but we can't really do that until we're done with getting the radio installed. Mm-hmm. So we are ready to start radio setup. So with that, we'll pause and come right back for the radio setup. All right, YouTube. So we're coming back for the radio setup. NX8 is definitely the transmitter we're going to use on this. We are going to set up full AS3X and safe. Now, safe select is different than safe on an AR637T versus an AR637A, TA rather. A TA comes in a bind and fly equipped plane. And so safe select requires you to do a safe select designation. Whereas when you fully set up your own receiver, you're setting up however you want. So you could have AS3X on, AS3X off, safe on. You could have auto leveling only and no AS3X. So I don't know why you'd want that, but that's true. You can do that. You could do AS3X with higher gains and AS3X with lower gains on 3-position switches. And so there's a lot of cool things you could do. Generally what I do is I do full AS3X, I'll do no AS3X, and then I'll do safe. Or I'll set up, like in this case, we don't have landing gear, so it's easy enough to put it on switch A, which would typically be designated for me for landing gear retracts. Okay, so I'm gonna set that up for safe on, safe off. Okay, or AS3X on, safe on. So AS3X plus auto leveling, okay? With limited bank angles. Now you can also set up just limited bank angles and no auto leveling. Again, I don't really understand the concept of that. I don't feel like it's a great training aid. I feel like it's just gonna limit your ability to avoid hitting a building someday. So my recommendation is if you're using any aid, auto leveling, I believe, is the best for a beginner. So again, not a beginner. That's why it says skill level 3 out of 4. So it's like more than 2, but less than 4. so anyway, whatever that means. Okay, so we need to talk about batteries for just a quick second. So 4,000 or 5,000. They suggest a higher C rating on a 4,000 if you're gonna do a 4,000. And then you can get away with a lower C rating with a larger pack. Now, I'm not sure exactly their rationale, maybe the fact that there's just more milliamp hours there to provide more physical load if you need it compared to the 4,000. But either way, let's take a quick gander at how they fit before we dig in any deeper on the radio setup. Now, the reason I'm doing this is because we have been burned a few times when we set up plug and fly planes. Mm-hmm. And you'll notice that you're gonna have a wing here, so don't plan on putting your battery through here. You gotta do it through the top. Okay, very high quality straps, and wouldn't you know, look at that. There's an extension too. That might be kind of handy for something else. Will that work for the
Is that what that's for?
No, it's
That's
just an extension.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh no, that's how you put it together. That's how you put it together.
Oh, that is.
It's a 4-piece strap. That is weird if I've ever seen anything weird. Okay, so I'm just gonna slip this in. This is the 4000. Okay, so just take note of the fact that it does fit. You don't have to worry about hitting a hot motor here. Okay, so you should be safe there. And then obviously you have your lead to plug in the battery, but it is not, you see how I just stuck that through? You're not gonna be able to do that when the wing is on. So be thinking about these things a little bit as you're getting ready to set your things up. And then also, like, I'm on a table, it's very easy to get to this place, okay? So just think on that. I'm not sure why the lead on the ESC is so short on this one. That's a little bit disappointing. Because look at this. It's actually not so much that it's short, it's that they're trying to keep it away from one of these mounting screws here, okay? So that mounting screw comes up right in the center of where all this action is happening, okay? So just keep those things in mind. The 4000 fits, it's gonna be a tight squeeze. The 5000, I think I'm gonna try with the lead going down. Okay. So as you can see, kind of tricky. You gotta have like 7 hands to do this. See, I can't quite get it that way, so I'm gonna go in like this, push the lead down, and then go into the cavity in this way. You gotta be nice to your leads if you want your batteries to last, okay? Oh yeah, that's gonna go, but it's a full pocket. Look at that, that's like full.
How are you gonna get it out?
It's easy to get them out. General rule of thumb is if you can cram it in there, you can get it out. Okay, that'll be allowed to plug in. Okay, so now that we know where that is, we also know that it, can be secured. I'm probably gonna tend to wanna try to fly this on 5000. That's just what I think I'm gonna do. So this strap style is definitely something new to me. I've never seen a manufacturer do it this way, where there's a left and a right side. And I'm not sure I'm like a huge fan of it because it's just one more thing to have to deal with, but you can even it up, which is nice. Then once you even it up, I feel like there should be another like D-ring or something to slide through. But you see what I just did there? I got that really tensioned down. Stick that on there and then finger goes straight down. Okay? So now that's in there. Let's just show the people how not secure that is or how secure it is. I don't want it to actually fall out. It feels to be in there pretty good, but you got to remember when we're doing insane 3D maneuvering, this is probably still not maybe great. So Velcro might not be a bad deal. There's Velcro on this battery, so we could put a little Velcro on the bottom. But anyway, so now that we know that that fits, let's talk about the receiver. Again, this is radio setup, so we don't mean to dink you guys around. We know a lot of you guys are here for the radio setup. So this plane has 1 surface, 2 surfaces, 3 surfaces, 4, 5, 6, and 7 surfaces, or 6 surfaces if you treat the flaps individually. I don't think I care about full-length flaperons. I just don't see it being that big of a factor. But I am tempted to show it on this more expensive receiver, the AR836T, which has the full pack of telemetry that you would get in the AR637T, but it's got the additional channels. We had some nasty glare there.
Yes.
So I'm torn. Do I go here or do I go here? Because the 6 channel is going to give me the capability of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, which means we should be able to do a full feature. And by the way, the controls for gains and the controls for on off are not channels on these receivers. Okay, so when it says 6, that means you have 6 hookups. Okay, because you actually technically have the bind programming plug as well. So you can use that to pull power for something else, but you can also Y off of any other channel and do that too. The reason I talked to you about that for a second is because if you want to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, then you're going to have to go up to the 8, which means you could do a full functioning flaperon And you could do split off and have flaps. You could have crow with active ailerons. And you can do all sorts of crazy, which some people call reflex, okay? So I think the happy medium is gonna be the 637 TA, because I just feel like the extra money is not probably enough to justify this. It's quite a bit more expensive than this, okay? Don't worry, at some point we're gonna use these. I have some plans for them and it's gonna be really cool and I can't wait to share it. But for now, we're gonna go with the 637T because I feel like the 637T is a better analog for people that have crashed a foamy and wanna use an expensive receiver to put into a plane like this. Okay, so we're not gonna use the AR 8360T, but just so you know, there is such a thing. And yes, you do get full safe. You get full AS3X, you get full telemetry, you get barometer, you get vario, you get full range telemetry, not just flyby telemetry, okay? So we'll use the 6-channel.
Okay.
Now, what does that mean? That means that we need to use a Y cable on our flaps, but we don't use a Y cable on the ailerons. So the ailerons are going to act as flaps and they will act as ailerons. They're gonna be flaperons. So in our case, it's gonna be spoilers and ailerons. So we call those spoilerons. Spoilerons just go up instead of down, and that's gonna allow us to do reflex, also known as crow. Crow is when your ailerons are going to go up and your flaps are going to go down. Evidently, that's a thing on this model, and people do it. So it seems to me that inboard flaps would be plenty good on a plane like this, but it just kind of depends on how insane you want to get with it. Seeing how much power is packed into this package that doesn't weigh very much makes me think that it's going to be incredibly capable. Also, because this is an avian receiver, we don't need this plug.
Yay!
Yay, me too, I agree. So we can lay that aside and use that on another project. There is a manual that comes with this receiver. It is one of the better manuals. We also put an AR637T in this beaver and it worked really good. We set up safe, we did all that good stuff. We did run into some problems, but we're learning our way through this. So we're gonna have an even better time with this today. Okay, so this has a diversity antenna, okay? Keep in mind, just because this is a transmitter and this is a receiver, they're actually both transmitters and both receivers because you have telemetry. This talks to this talks to this, and vice versa, okay? You didn't think I was gonna get that out right, did you?
You didn't.
Vice versa?
Yes.
Verse versa.
Just have to be difficult, don't you?
I do. So anyway, what we're gonna do is we're gonna take our side cutters and cut these wires free. And the wires I'm referring to are the wires that are holding into this little opening.
Okay.
And me and the camera crew are vying for space here.
I lose. I'll go over here.
Sorry. Do you want me to get you a chair you can stand on?
I don't know. It depends on how long you're going to be in here.
Okay. Fair enough.
So I get sit on the counter.
The other thought is, on this plane, I want to reverse the thrust. I believe I do not need to make any special accommodations for that, but I'm not sure yet. If I want reverse thrust and we have to give something up to stay with this receiver, then I may actually flip-flop and go to the bigger receiver. Just so you guys know what I'm planning. Okay, so there is supposed to be provided Y cables for ailerons and for flaps. There's one of them.
I think it's only for the flaps.
Oh, sorry.
If you decide to go with a low, like less than 6, you have to provide your own for ailerons.
Mm-hmm. Which seems a little strange to me.
Weren't you the one that read the manual? Oh, there's another one. Nope.
These are servo extensions. Okay, there's a bunch of them. Wonder why they gave us so many servo extensions. They must assume we might not be long enough to reach.
I don't know.
Where the wing is. Well, the wing is got a pretty good amount of length on it. So I don't know if we're gonna need those, but they're included, okay? And then it looks like, of course, one of these is gonna be rudder and one's gonna be elevator. Now I don't know which one's which, and then this is the Avian ESC, which I'm going to reroute that immediately through here instead to get that under so that it can come out where the other servo wires come out, because I think it's just going to be cleaner. Now in this manual, they suggest, as part of the tools that you need, they suggest having some hemostats. Camera crew, what are hemostats?
Forceps.
What are forceps?
Things you use to deliver a baby.
Forceps are
Those things.
these things.
Which are not used to deliver a baby. But in my world, that's what they are.
Okay, so I'm grabbing, I don't know if you guys can see this, but I'm trying to chase this wire through, and it's being difficult. Okay, got it. And just pull that through.
Yeah,
so,
I like that better.
pretty straightforward stuff.
Yeah.
Hemostats are really nice when you're hooking up wires because you can grab onto them, push them in, and not damage the cable. Because you don't want to hang onto the cable, you want to hang onto the connector. Okay, so you may be noticing this and saying, what the heck is that? If you've never seen a smart receiver, this is an Avian ESC rather, electronic speed control. This gray wire is the same as the signal wire. The orange is your plus 12, or not plus 12 volts, it's your BC voltage. And then of course your black is your ground. This, I believe this one also carries some smart data, okay? So, in this case, you can see we have a receiver. It says safe and AS3X, and then right here it says minus, plus, and S, okay? So since I know that port 1 is going to be where we need this to go, I want S to be the top, so this is the way it's gonna go. Now, if I remember right, on some of these, we have to actually put that in a different port. I don't remember offhand, so we'll have to evaluate that shortly. Okay, so now I'm just gonna try to get lucky and see if I can tell where these wires go, because I might be able to look through the bottom here. And I'm just gonna pick this plane up and physically look. I cannot see from this side because the wires are on the other side. So this is where you can make the decision to just plug it in, guess and check, and then hope you get it right. That's what I would do. That's what I am doing. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn on a plane, any plane. Okay, CFMS Beaver just happens to be right here, except it's a different wing type, so we need to do some setup. So what we're gonna do is we are going to continue the radio setup by making a model. So I don't know if this part of the build is the part that takes us from a 2 to a 3, but setting up the radio setup should not be something to be afraid of because you've got our video. Okay, so from this part, you're gonna click, scroll all the way down to system setup, disconnect RF, that light goes out, go down to model select at the very bottom, add new model. That's what we want to create. We're not creating a heli or a sailplane or a quad or a template or a bind and fly. We're going to create an acro. An acro refers to an airplane that is just an airplane, okay? This is where you would change the model type from acro if you wanted to. If you change it, it's going to clear your whole model, so be careful. This is where you're naming it. So this is the 38th aircraft, colon space, and then it comes up with acro. This is the part where I would normally grab the manual and start heavily leaning into the manual on a bind and fly. But in this case, it's a plug and fly. So it says Ultra Stick PNP, okay? So, which stands for plug and play, if you didn't already know that. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna click, scroll to a capital U, and then we'll click and then scroll over and click and then scroll to the appropriate letter, which is an L, and so on and so forth. And we'll be right back when we're done naming it. So as you can see, it says Ultra Stick 60-inch. And the reason you put the size is because when they come out with an ultra micro or another size, then you can easily differentiate between your models and your model menu.
Okay.
All right, so we got the name, so we'll back up. Yeah, sometimes it beeps, beep, 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 beep. Aircraft type, this is where you have to make your decision on what type of wing you're gonna set up. Now the thing that's really nice, one of the basic best parts of forward programmability with these things is that you can set up your wing type. You set up your wing type, you set it all up really easy, then you go into forward programming, and then during the binding process, it does the auto configuration, and then it does the auto, the telemetry, all that stuff gets set up. But then you go into the forward programming and everything just gets assigned based on how you set it up. So no longer are the days where you have to go through do a million mixes. It just does, you can still do mixes, but it's just so much easier. So anyway, all right, particularly with the wing. Okay, so aircraft type. So the wing, we're gonna either have a flapper on or one aileron and one flap. Okay, so we have one flap. We have two flaps. We have two ailerons and one flap is one way we could set this up. Or two ailerons and two flaps. That's the other way. So that's the other style. So this is what we're gonna be doing, because then we still have a regular, tail. Now the other thing too is what you can do is you can set up basic flaperons, and then you can mix in the flaps, because then the assignment you make to your ailerons is how you do your elevator to flap correction. Or you can set this up and then you set up your elevator to flap correction here. I think we have to do it this way. And then obviously the wing type is normal because it mimics that.
But you need to do the two ailerons, right? One flap.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, right. Two ailerons, one flap. Sorry, guys. Okay, then we can scroll down here and see what else we have for an acroplane. There's that's your basic. What the heck is that? Oh, it's a Starship Enterprise. Is that what that is?
I have no idea.
No, it looks like a quad, maybe. I usually just set a picture. You don't have to even change the picture. It always makes my day every time I find one that's exactly the same. I guess that's pretty close. And then we'll walk back. Okay, so now we're gonna walk back out. The first thing we're gonna do is do a throttle cut. I'm gonna turn it on based on this switch, switch H. Then I'm just gonna look down here and see if the throttle cut's working, and it is. There's some different questions you can do. I'm not gonna do any of the complex settings. When I unflip the switch, you see the throttle works right here next to my thumb. It works, okay. Then we're gonna scroll down and set a timer. Was there any recommendation for time?
It might be, but I haven't read everything yet.
Let's look at that for just a quick second. Within this manual, there's a lot of information, and that was one area that I just don't remember. They did recommend the battery side. Batteries, flight components. This is safety and warning procedures.
I think it was over there on that page was the battery size under required for completion.
Yeah, it says the size, but it doesn't say a time. Okay.
Not there anyway.
Yeah, this just talks about the receiver installation, the physical installation of it. I don't think it's gonna show that.
There was stuff at the back about mixes.
Yeah, this is basically the manual that shows all sorts of details. But it's pretty much what we've gone over, with the exception of the center of gravity. We haven't done that yet. It's 3 1/4. It's 95 to 108 millimeters. So we'll have to remember that here. Yeah, and it shows the throws here too, folks. I don't know if you could just kind of show them that real quick. No, go back just a hair. Okay, stay there. If you guys don't know already, you can pause it. You can do any reading you need there. So we'll continue on. So basically it talks about the different mixes and how they can help, and they give some recommendations for the initial setup. I'll show you what I'm gonna do and then we'll go from there. Yeah, it doesn't say, okay, no
But
big
we
deal.
have full telemetry on that receiver, right? Mm-hmm. So.
Yeah, so we can set up a battery warning, that's true, good point. So why don't we just set it for 5 minutes. We'll set it to active for 1 out on the timer. So we'll have a 5-minute timer, and then we'll kind of come back to that if we need to. Okay, so then I want it to not tone every 1 minute. I don't want it to tone at 20 seconds. I want it to voice at 10 seconds, so it's gonna count down. And then I want the expiration to be a tone and vibrate. And then every minute it'll tone. And then there's some other stuff that I don't really care. It's just the rest of the audio events. So I'll walk back, that's set up. Telemetry you can't set up until you're bound. Audio events you can't really set up until you're bound. And you notice there's no forward programming yet. Forward programming only comes up once you're bound. Okay, so we can walk out. Now we can turn this off. Okay, so now that that's off, we can put our throttle cut on. Oh, you know we didn't set up initially? We didn't
Flaps?
set up expo or flaps. Okay, so we'll scroll down to flaps. We're gonna click on switch B because that's where I put it. Oh, look at that, they already have it built in. That is so much easier.
Oh, nice.
So basically, we're gonna leave it blank for now.
Okay.
And I'm gonna set just the time to 2 seconds because I want a 2-second deployment. That is so helpful.
Cool.
So position 1, position 2. I don't know which direction they're gonna need to go, so I'll just set it like this. Whoops. So it's either gonna be that or it's gonna be the other way. Then the elevator correction, let's just do a correction of like 10 and then do like 15. And then the crow, the only thing I'm concerned about with this is, are we gonna do crow like this on our full landing flap? I don't know if I wanna do this all attached to the same switch, because normally when I would do crow, I would mix another switch in. I'll have to look at that. So we'll just leave the crow, well, let's just go in here and set it to like 50, okay? See how these change? Right aileron goes down, the left aileron goes down, and it goes down at the same rate as the flaps. So the takeoff flaps do this. Elevator moves a little bit more, okay? Ailerons move. And then auxiliary 2 moves because it's tied to that switch. So we're gonna untie it to that at some point anyway.
The nice thing about doing crow there, if you do it in another mix, you can't do the deployment speed, can you?
Yeah, you can, because if you set the timing to either the switch condition, then it's gonna be immediate. But if you set it to the flap condition, then you can change the mixing so that it does it there.
Gotcha.
Okay, and so this is where a bunch of other flap and elevator and aileron and rudder and all that mixes are gonna be set up. So we're just gonna leave those alone for now. Throttle holds on. Let's go into dual rates and expo. Now, this manual does talk pretty exhaustively about how they recommend you set up your throws, which is right here, control throws. We just talked about that here a second ago. but we didn't actually do any of that, okay? And I'm not going to either. They talk about a high rate and then a low rate. So they're talking about just exponential, and then the throw should be as such, okay? So they show what they recommend. Here's what I do. I do this on every plane that I start with, because really expo is a feel thing. It's highly subjective. And so there's not like a wrong answer unless you have an extremely touchy plane and everybody knows it. And so typically my recommendation is to set something that you can go up higher and down lower, meaning more soft on the sticks if it's too touchy, and then less soft on the sticks if it's not touchy enough. That way when you take off, you have a high probability of success getting it to the ground. And it's very uncommon that you're going to have a plane that's so far too soft that you can't land it. But it is possible that you have a plane that's too touchy to land. Okay, that has happened to people before. I've pretty much been able to get them to the ground, but anybody who's done it, and you know that plane is just so pitch sensitive or whatever, and you can just barely, it's everything you can do to land. So this is how I get around that problem, and it's also how I set my initial setting. The key is initial. If the setting is good and I like it, then I leave it in the middle. I make all my assignments to switch F, so it's 3 positions. So I start in the middle, I have an out if it's too sensitive, I can go up and then reduce the overall expo, or excuse me, if it's too sensitive, I can go down and it actually increases the expo, which makes everything relax and calm down. Or if it's not touchy enough to get to the ground, I can flip it upward, which then reduces the expo, which increases the amount of touchiness. So I'll show you exactly how I do that right now. So here's the switch we're gonna use, switch F, because I can easily get to that while I'm flying without being too off the sticks for too long. So under dual rates and expo from the regular function list, we're gonna start with Aileron just because it's the first one that comes up. Set it to switch F. I think I'm gonna start with 10, then I'm gonna do 20, and then I'm gonna do 30, while reducing the rates on the same setting. So I'm not gonna go into great detail on how this works, but if you look at the ailerons, this chart tells you what's gonna happen to the output, because as you move the stick, it's gonna tell you the equivalent amount of output. You can also just, when your plane is set up, you can then look at the control surface and you can get an idea. But that is not gonna articulate to you the feel of the aircraft, okay? So it's not something that's gonna be, let's put it this way, this chart is insufficient to communicate the way the plane is gonna fly, okay? So, now that we've got that one done, we can scroll up, oops, excuse me. We can scroll up to elevator, and we're gonna do, whoops, excuse me, I switch F. So if you guys are new to Spectrum, one of the biggest features of setting up a Spectrum radio is that you can just basically highlight the function you want and make an assignment to a given switch. You couldn't do that back in the early ones, but on Gen 2 and the current NX line, you can do that, which is just, it's a huge time saver. And yet you still have all the flexibility. Okay, so on Rudder, we're gonna do the same thing. Sometimes you'll kick a little extra expo into Rudder just because, you know, people have trouble sometimes kind of keeping off of the stick because you're using it for throttle and you tend to kind of have some different insensitivity on that. Okay, so this is where I'm gonna start flying. This is where I can go if I want less expo because it's not touchy enough. Or alternatively, if it's too touchy, I can go here. That'll reduce the rates and it'll increase the expo. So that makes it more soft. This makes it more firm. And we start in the middle. That gives us a place to set our middle settings. Okay, so now we're gonna turn this off. We do have our throttle hold on. Well, now we're gonna let it shut off. It's all the way off. Except we got to get things plugged in still, I guess.
Right.
Well, we've only got 2 things to plug in. I guess that's true. We only need to plug in the rudder and elevator yet. Because the wing is, as you can see, still sitting up here.
Right.
Not being installed on the plane, so it doesn't do as much good. Okay, so I'm just going to walk this a little bit closer to my body.
Okay.
All right, so the first thing, I don't know which wire's which, and to be honest, I don't really care. It doesn't really make that big a difference. All I'm going to do is scroll over one step and just, first of all, verify the throttle cut's working. Okay. And then there's right aileron, then elevator, then rudder. So it looks like 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So this is 1, 2, 3, and 4. So one of them is going to be here. Whoa, slick. And then one of them is going to be here. Now you could also deduce which one's which by the length of the wire, but I'm not going to go into such great detail because they look pretty much the same, you see. So we'll just do that, and then when we're done, we'll tuck the excess down. But for now, we can go ahead and set these in such a way that this receiver is ultimately going to be stuck down. I'd like it to be in the center if I can get all my wires to behave. That would be pretty ideal. So that's what I'm going to do. You could also strap it over here like this, and then they have hole points set up for a couple of different ways of doing it. I just want to have it out of the way so it's not a problem. So I kind of like this spot. I'd really, you know, rather than using Velcro, we cut some, this was not provided with the kit, but I had this Velcro from another plane that was designed to help attach a lipo to the plane. And so I had envisioned sticking it down with some Velcro because then it's removable, so it's easy for us while we're working. But really, I'm kind of wondering if we could just zip tie the thing down. I think that the idea of the double-sided tape is to help with some isolation from the airplane, because if you get resonance because of the balsa wood, it'll help with that. But to be perfectly frank, I just don't see it being a problem with an electric plane unless you have a prop that's just terribly out of balance. And if you have overcorrection as a result, the way these things are set up, you can turn down your gain if you would run into a condition. Like if the condition changes while flying, like a prop breaks, you can chop the throttle or you can reduce the throttle, and that should get you out of the trouble. So, which is always true. So I just have to decide if I want to put it here. I always kind of like to have them centered if I can, because I just feel like it doesn't have to be centered, but I think it should be centered. I just feel like it's going to work better. So I'm going to see how I took that and I made a hook out of it. Need to go just one more bend, probably. Okay, so I've got, you know, a couple of hooks like this. Looks like a J. And so what I'm going to do is just jam this in here sideways. And then all you have to do is just kind of manipulate that so it pops back up through. And in my case, if you bend it just right, you can do it without a special tool. But since I have this forceps sitting right here, I'll just grab it and pull it through that way, which makes it super easy. Guys, if you're using Avian ESC with a smart receiver, it is extremely simple to set up an extremely complicated setup. Okay, so now I'm not going to be plugging into those different devices there. But one is volt, one is X bus. So it's volt, X bus. We don't need volts. We don't need X bus. And then we don't need the SRL2, which I think that might be the GPS receiver, because we're not going to use that in this application. One thing to keep in mind is if you tighten this down here, you want to make sure that you tighten it down in such a way that you don't press your button. So when we're all said and done with this, we might apply a couple drips of glue just right where the zip tie sits, so that this doesn't have a propensity of wanting to pop out of there under high G maneuvering. Okay, so just one. And then you'll see this is kind of the way they come usually. So you've got the connector there. This is not included with the plane. We just had these in one of our drawers. And in case you've got like a full J there. So it fits right through that slot, which is super nice. And then you just bring it back through. See, I did that one, so you didn't need the tool. Just kind of handy. And I am going to block some of the nomenclature on there. Super, super easy install if that's all we have to do. The only thing you don't want to do is pull so tight that you break the balsa wood tray, which that is actually balsa wood. That is actually balsa wood. I didn't know if it was balsa wood or if it's plywood. But it's strong enough that you can really kind of wail on it pretty good. Okay, so that holds everything stout. That's not going to move on its own easily, but it could potentially move if you bumped it with a battery or something. But you're going to be all the way up here with your battery, so I think we're going to be okay. I do feel like there's a little bit more movement than I would like with that. So when we're all said and done, because remember, this is where you get your feedback about your space, your position in the world. So you may need to do a little bit more. I think I'm probably just going to take a drip of hot glue and just put a drip right where these straps go across, and I'll maybe do like a drip on each corner just to really secure this thing. And then I feel like it's going to be one with the plane. Now we don't know if we have the elevator and rudder correct yet, so we're just going to leave these up here so we can manipulate them. And then the antennae need to be routed to a place where they're going to be totally safe and stay safe into perpetuity. So they need to, or ideally they will be perpendicular to each other like this or like this, but preferably they won't be like that. However, I can be kind of frank with you, it's probably not going to make a huge difference in this application. So I don't think it's going to be a big problem. And I just don't think you're going to have an issue, period, really. So I think the easiest way to do that would be to, you know, route the cable where you think you want it to be, and then just go ahead and, you know, put a little bit of glue to hold it in position so that it doesn't get kinked, okay? Because this is a coax cable, so you don't want to kink it. You don't want to put it in a tight configuration where it's going to damage itself. So that's the number one thing. And you don't want to put it back where it's going to get stuck in the travel of the servos. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to slide this back here, and I think I'm just going to, similar to what we do with our other foamy models, I'm going to actually try to keep it simple by using a piece of tape. Remember, we're just adhering it to a position. It's not like it has to be a permanent position. If you need to make a change, it's quite easy then. Okay, so just a piece of tape, cover up the whole area that's vulnerable. Okay. And then actually, I'll probably just stick it right under the edge there. The only thing I don't like about where I picked is that I want this to relax all the way down to the tray. Mm-hmm. So we can stick that into the corner. Man, that tape just, since I slid it, I thought it wasn't going to stick, but it stuck pretty good actually. But it stuck at a weird angle. So I'm just going to redo that real quick. There is nothing wrong with having tape to hold this down. You know, if you're up against a carbon fiber structure, that's where you have to be careful, because carbon fiber will not pass those radio waves through as expected, okay? So all you have to do is just secure it. You really don't even have to secure it. It's just better if you do. So I would rather know that it's going to be in a safe configuration. And that's all we're really looking for here, is just a little bit of guidance, okay? So I'm just going to, and you can do this a million different ways. You could drill holes and slide the antenna through. You could, you know, put CA down. You could make a nice tube that it slides into. It really doesn't matter how you do it, just whatever kind of makes you feel better about it, so you don't have to worry about hitting it with a tool like a battery or all your other cables. So I would not recommend stuffing that through the hole if all your wires are going to be down here loose. That's all I would recommend. So this one goes this way. So I think really what I'd like to do is I'd really like to see this one go vertical. Any chance you can get a shot so they can see kind of what I'm doing here with this in the crack here? You see how I got that just walking down there, and I'm trying to keep it somewhat away from the ESC, and I don't want it to get pinched by the wing when the wing gets installed. So I'm just slipping down. Once you go over my other shoulder there, camera crew. You see what I'm talking about? Can you get the shot there?
Yeah.
There's always these moments in our builds where the camera crew and I are kind of desperately trying to share what I'm doing, and it's just a bad angle no matter what we want. But you see what I'm trying to do? I'm just trying to find that sweet spot where I can get it to go in a nice clean area without having a bunch of excess cable in the way. And it's just, sometimes it's easier than others. Oh, like that. Look, see how I did that? So now I can tape that down, just walk this cable along. That actually worked out pretty sharp. So you see that? Now I can pull that cable right up into that glue joint. And I want to keep it away from that spot there. I want to keep it lifted just a hair so it's away from the nut zert, because there's some metal there and it could potentially eat up some of the RF. And I don't want the antenna to sit right next to the battery if it's possible to have it a little bit further away from the battery. Okay, so you see how those are nice and controlled, and they have a nice sweep to them. There's no kinks anywhere. And then of course the only thing left is to get this tape into this corner, which is going to be fun. Okay. Now, if you need to make a change, you can very easily make a change. But at the moment, it's well protected. It lays where you want it, and there's really nothing wrong with that at all. Okay? If you had a gas tank to worry about and things like that, then you would have a little bit more on your hands if you're doing a gas plane. But this is obviously much simpler. All right, so now that that's installed, we can go ahead and do our binding procedure. Binding is quite simple. When you aren't talking about a bind and fly plane, this step is actually a little bit easier even still than a bind and fly. The big concern is just being careful that you don't get yourself in a dangerous condition, because we have, in our case, installed the prop. Now, obviously for safety reasons, the best thing you can do is not install the prop at this step, because if something starts, it could start and it could damage your body. You could get hurt. So I'm gonna protect myself and the camera crew, of course, and she's gonna go around to the other side so you can see what's going on. Does that work?
Yeah, I think it'll be okay. I'll just stay back here.
What are you watching?
Well, I'm gonna see the receiver.
No, you can't do that. That's just right here is fine. So here's what's gonna happen. Throttle hold is on, sticks are neutral, expo's in the middle setting, flaps are at the bottom. The wing isn't even hooked up, so it's not gonna matter. But this is where you're gonna be setting some of your fail-safe conditions, so you do need to be a little bit mindful of that, and also be mindful of the behavior of your cables and these things so that you can be working through that while you're building. But also in such a way that if something were to start, you don't get hurt. So maybe for this Virgin plug-in, what I'll do is see that cable is just not very long on that ESC, you see? So what I wish is I had a little bit extra length. Hey, you know what? Do I have another 6S? Yes, I do. Maybe what I'll do for this is I'll just use another 6S to get things powered on. Okay. I believe this thing will turn on with a 4S. So if you don't have another 6S, you can use a 4S to do this step. But the big thing is just make sure you've got an out and you're safe. All the wires are safe. Everything is ready to rock and roll. And it's quite easy on the initial bind, because you don't have to press and hold a bunch of buttons. But I'm going to turn off my transmitter. There is a binding mode, but I just haven't used it, so I'm not familiar with it. Okay, so once this is off, it's ready to go. I'll be pressing this button and then powering it on while I've got that on. The first time is super easy, okay? Now I can just hold this in a safe spot. We don't have the wing in our way yet. We will eventually. Plug it in, hold the plane. Worst case scenario, you're holding it until the battery dies. That's never happened in my life. Okay, everything is off. We're gonna press this button. It starts the binding process. Okay, now I'm gonna press this button. While holding, I'm gonna turn it on. Binding. Bind failed. Okay, so that sometimes happens if you're too close. So we're still in the bind mode. So I'm gonna turn off my transmitter. Wait for everything to totally fire off. And then I'm gonna go a little bit further away, press and hold, and then press this button. Okay, everything's gonna spark to life. Be controlling of the airplane at this point. Everything started on the ESC. I hear the digital servos. It said auto config for a few seconds on the screen. Now, before you come across, we're gonna test. Elevator. Elevators. Okay, we have them wrong. That's wrong. This is wrong. We'll fix it in a second. Throttle hold is on currently, and there's no movement. Okay, so now I'm gonna turn throttle hold off while holding the plane. No movement. It hasn't started. That's important. Okay, good. Everything is very manageable. Throttle hold is back on. Throttle cut is on. I use the terminology interchangeably, so forgive me if that confuses some of you. You know what I mean. If you're building this plane, you should. All right, so let's switch these two wires right now. Throttle cut is on and tested. Oh, actually, you're probably good there.
Okay. Yeah.
So let's flip 3 and 4 right now. There's 3 and 4. So we had those plugged in correctly, just plugged into the wrong channel because we didn't know which was which. You may have also noticed too that this receiver is allowed to move a little bit. That's going to be rectified here shortly when we put our couple of drips of hot glue, and that's going to tighten everything up so that there's no movement there, which is important. And that's going to keep everything from walking around. So now these wires, nothing will be hurt at all by having them underneath this tray, okay? So I'm just gonna stuff them under there. You could tie them up and then stuff the tie up under there as well, but it's just, you know, there are times in RC aircraft where less is more, okay? So my recommendation is just stuff it under there because there's only so much you're gonna wanna waste your time on. Once it's under there, it's also more accessible if you don't tie everything up when you need to make a change, which hopefully you'll never need to make a change on your elevator and rudder servo. Okay, so while we have that, the only thing I don't like is that now the cables kind of went in there goofy. I want everything to look nice too. I don't know if you guys can see, I just want those orange wires straight up, okay? Okay, so now I just twisted them a few times upon themselves. Super high quality servo leads, by the way. Very heavy duty cable. Sorry, I know some of this stuff is hard to watch when my fingers are in the way the whole time. I promise you I don't do it to make it difficult to see. Okay. See, now that looks super clean and neat. Okay, because you're not looking underneath. All right, so now that we have the elevator is going to the correct side, and the rudder is going to the correct side. So our next move is to physically attach those and then center the control surfaces, which is like about as easy as it gets. I'm gonna reposition this here a little bit, camera crew, so it's a little easier to see. Okay, so the first thing you have to do when you're attaching these control surfaces is really easy. You gotta get this thing to go through that thing. Now, did they talk about what hole to put them in, camera crew?
Yes.
Which one?
It's on page like 9 or 10.
9?
Yeah. Nope, one more, I think.
Page 10.
Didn't it say, oh, maybe that's just throws.
They're talking about throws. So if in doubt, okay, so here's this. Remove the 2mm nut from the elevator ball link, thread the screw, use a 1.5mm hex wrench to thread the screw.
Hole.
Yeah. So 1.5mm. It said center hole?
It says center on elevator at least.
Okay, so this is the elevator, so we might as well get that one done. So we can get in there. That digital noise you hear is normal. Okay, so this I'm going to hold with a pair of needle nose pliers. Super high quality assembly here. You don't need any Loctite on this because this is an eye lock, see? So now I can slide this through the center hole, which is here. I'm going to see if I can get it going. If not, I may have to open up the hole a little bit. Do you see what's going on there, camera crew? Does it look like it's going to go? Actually, it is. It's going. It's actually threading itself in, which is great. Okay, so as this comes out the other half, I'm just going to cheat and get the nut started so we have less screwing around to do. Haha, screwing around, get it?
Hilarious.
So once this gets all the way tightened down, then the nut's going to start to walk into the control horn, which is what's happening now. Okay, so remember, you don't want that so tight that it's actually creating a mechanical bind on the surface. Okay, so if this nut is sucked in tight to here, it's going to make this bind. That's what you don't want. Okay, also you want to know that that's perfectly straight, which, did we just get totally lucky or what?
Maybe.
Okay, so that's going the wrong direction too, so we're just going to take note of that. You know, I don't think we're perfectly straight there yet. We're going to have to pull it in some. And what are we looking at? We're taking, you can use the straight edge if you need it, but I just look at the control surface. It's quite easy to me. See how that goes up instead of being flush like that? So we need to bring this in a little bit more. That digital noise is like a constant reminder that the system is active. So it's a little bit annoying, but it's also comforting because as you're working on a plane like this, sometimes it's a little disconcerting to know the amount of power and all that's just sitting there. Okay, so now that we've done that, we can pull this back out until it comes free. So on the next one, we'll just leave the nut off, get our centering done first. Okay, so we need to go in this way. So generally speaking, you have to hold on to this and then swivel this in. Okay, so use the screw as extra leverage. Hold tight and then twist. Oh man, that's gonna be hard. There's one full turn in. Let's go 1.5, and let's go one more half so we don't have to redo the screw. Okay, this is only gonna go one way, by the way. So you see how that's not squared up yet? I want that squared up because it's gonna look a lot nicer. Okay, but you can't actually do it halfway because it's a ball joint. So now that we have that, I can just basically get this started again. I don't know if they can see what's going on with that.
Yeah, I'm trying to zoom in when I can.
Okay. See that? There's just enough things that you can't really control everything at once. You just kind of got to get it started and then slide that all the way inboard. And then let's lift it and look. Okay, so backward, but still, it looks pretty stinking straight. So now let's test that. That looks pretty flat to me. Okay, now watch it. You see? I can still close it a little bit.
But if you go one whole turn, is it going to be?
It's going to be better.
I think so.
It's going to be better. I'm willing to bet on it, so let's do it one more turn. Okay. You see how we're doing that, guys? We're saying, okay, is it going to be better with one full turn or not? And we're talking about the revolution of this control horn. So when I hold on to this and then I spin this, I have to go all the way past center and then one more half because of the nature of the ball joint style, okay? Some of these you can go either direction, up or down, and it's going to give you the same position, okay? This one just happens to be one where you're not going to have that flexibility, and that's okay because it's super duper high quality. Now, is the camera crew right or was I right? Let's see. I think she might have been right. That looks pretty stinking good. So I'm just eyeballing down here. Oh, that looks pretty perfect.
That's pretty good.
So I'm saying
right.
I was right on that.
I said it first.
You claimed right status.
Yes.
Okay. All right, whatever. You can have it. You're filming me building an airplane in our kitchen. Mm-hmm. For most people, that's good enough. So this is just a matter of controlling and securing the nuts so that as I tighten, it pulls in. Once I'm tight, I'm going to back off about half a turn. That should give us nice movement. You don't want to be binding things here, guys. And I also don't like that that's at a weird angle. So I'm actually going to try to just twist that a little bit. I want to twist that a little bit more. You see what's going on? Show them what's going on. You see how this comes off and then it like veers off at an angle?
Oh, mm-hmm.
I want that to be square like that. Mm-hmm. So it's not exerting a force. You see how it bends the control horn? I don't like that. It doesn't bend the control horn, it does bend the control horn. Now, to a normal person, that probably isn't a big deal. To me, it's not acceptable. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try, because I have to brace this to keep it from spinning on the other end.
Oh.
So I'm gonna use forceps to hang on to this on the flat because it's actually got an octagonal shape to it. And I'm gonna see if I can overdrive it. Yeah, I can't. I have to actually brace this where I was bracing it before and then twist, okay? See how I was able to accomplish that? Now look at the outcome. Now that this is square, it mechanically is in line and then it goes out. You gotta get right in that angle there, camera crew. Does that look good? Okay, so free. There's still a little bit of bending you see at the very end of the sweep. Not crazy about that, but it's probably about as good as it's gonna get. So the idea is that if you put too much deflection on this plastic piece, like when you're pushing, it pushes and there's no bending. But when you pull, eventually it kind of pulls that plastic a little bit. So it can eventually break that. You don't want that to happen. High quality plane like this, it's not gonna be around for, 6 months or a year or 2 years. It's gonna be around for years and years and years. And if you play your cards right, maybe your kids will be playing with it in a few years. So you want it to be around. So just to be clear, I'm okay with it. I'm not thrilled about that last little bit of that last moment where it kind of bends, but that might also be a factor of, see how it moves? It might be just a little bit of a mechanical wear and tear thing. Like this isn't broken in all the way yet. You see how that bends? Mm-hmm. You see how with extra pressure and load, it kind of bends? So when there's not any extra load, you can overbend it. See how it's not bending anymore?
So as it loosens up,
as this hinge loosens up, the CA hinges, I think we're gonna be better. Now we did work that a little bit, but you may wanna exercise yours a little bit more because we evidently didn't do quite enough. So now we're gonna talk about the rudder. Okay, so this control surface needs to be totally flat, obviously. And there'll be some trim, guys, so don't worry about trim later. Just worry about the initial setup needs to be square. You see how that looks? That's the way it needs to look, okay? So there's two ways to skin this cat. You can either tape something to it or you can hold something on there like a clamp. And in fact, I wonder if we could just use one of our chip clips, if that would be sufficient to hold that.
As long as it's not gonna
damage the finish?
Yeah.
I don't think it's gonna damage the finish at all, in fact. I'm just gonna find a flat thing. So this is a flat thing. It's a flat, kind of a wide surface. This is a bottle opener that I got from one of the vendors I work with for industrial scales. So I'm just gonna stick this right here. And again, we're not gonna break anything because we're barely putting any pressure on it. We're just kind of holding it together, okay? So you see what I've done there? That just keeps it square, perfectly square, okay? Now this one, we have to pull the nut off just like before, and we have to use, just like before, the 1.5 millimeter driver. And we're gonna undo this. So backing off of there until the nylock is free, and it is. Now this one's supposed to go where?
I didn't read that far.
This one here. Repeat the steps. Repeat the steps. So it doesn't actually say. Where did you see that it's?
Right here, center hole.
Okay, so the center hole, and they're asking us to get deflection to the tune of, this is where it's nice to have information. You don't necessarily have to go out of your way to use it all the way. So at high rates, your throw on the upward should be 45 millimeters. Okay, so this is what 45 millimeters looks like, guys. Turn on your calipers and slide out to 45. Okay, so there's 45 millimeters. That's a lot, you know? Mm-hmm. So once you have 45 millimeters, now you can pull on the stick or push on the stick. And you should be seeing that can't be right. Is that up and down?
No, because then it said 45 millimeters the other way, unless it's like a whole sweep.
On the elevator? $45 compared to 20? That doesn't seem right. That's like incredible amount of throw. Mm-hmm. That's like insane amounts of throw. Yeah, that's like another 30% more. There's no way you would ever accomplish that with their current setup. So either they didn't want that or we're missing something. By the way, that's really annoying me that that's going backwards. So I'm just gonna go to servo setup, travel, scroll over to reverse and switch it. Now that goes up, that goes down. We have to do our forward programming later. You're gonna eventually have to get that. Now, does the rudder go right? That's actually backward too. So I'm gonna go to rudder and flip that. So now that's pulling, that's gonna make the rudder go this way, which is correct, and so on and so forth. Okay, throttle holds on still. So we'll walk back out. Now we have our primary flight control surfaces straight. So what does it say for the rudder?
Well, if it says to do the same, then it would be center.
Well, then that means that they want us in the outside hole if they actually want that much deflection, but that seems an insane amount.
Yeah.
So now look at this, guys. I can't get it to go into the hole there. Why? Because I have to screw it in some. So that's why we brace this on here so that we can, it's just another method to do the same thing, okay? So now I can screw this in. Once you've braced this, then you can screw this in like half, dang it, one. Okay, now I just need to find the screw which went right under the tail dragger wheel. Goodness gracious.
I can get it.
Thanks, camera crew. Mm-hmm. So then this needs to go through like this, and it looks like we're not quite lined up. I'm gonna cheat and use this instead. Yeah, we might need to go just a hair more. So how much deflection do they want on the rudder? They're saying they want 90 millimeters of deflection. Well, measured from here, this is so long. So 3 inches, that kind of makes sense, but 3 inches this way, 3 inches on either direction, that'd be 6 inches.
Gotta be like
that's got to be total. I think that's what they mean.
See, there's a reason we don't use these numbers.
Yeah, see, and that's part of the reason, guys, I don't use those numbers, and so I am honestly not well-versed on whether that means the center. Okay, so that's lined up pretty good there because we're square. So now as I tighten this, I'm sorry, you're going to have to watch the elbow because I have to have my elbow up high. Okay, so once that's started, now I can just real carefully take off my straight edge. Now watch, it's probably going to pop one way or the other. Did it?
No.
There's a little bit of deflection to one side versus the other. See? And you can really tell by moving the stick. But this isn't perfectly square. This is a lot more square. Okay. That digital noise will drive you nuts. Mm-hmm. That's like, that looks pretty stinking good. I think we're so close, I don't know that I can really do a whole lot better. Because once I tighten this down, that's going to push down to the bottom. See, a lot of this stuff, it's like, okay, so do they want us to do the middle or not? That's what I'm confused about. Because that's probably about 3 inches of deflection total. Let's just go ahead and measure it. They cannot want 6 inches of total deflection. That is insane. I don't have the nut on, so we need to remember that.
Okay.
So let's just say 6 inches of deflection. So if you're 3 and 3, if it's half and half, that's pretty close. See, that seems reasonable. If you're talking 6 inches on each side, that's like just insanity. There's no way. You would never even clear.
No.
Okay, so I think we're fine on our deflection, but we are in the outside hole to accomplish that. So for now, let's just assume that that is correct. Okay. And I don't want to have much more on the elevator because I feel like it's just going to make it fly porpoisey as heck. Meaning that it's like way over controlled on the elevator axis, which makes a plane pitchy and uncomfortable to fly. So we'll just hold this in backward and then start it. And then we're going to get it to where it's tight, like pulling the nut tight and it's bottomed out. Now it's tight. And I want to, now that we have it tight, back it off just about 1/2 to 3/4 of a turn to make it free. Good speed, good centeredness. That looks pretty stinking awesome. Can you give them a shot right down the tail so they can see this yellow lined up? Mm-hmm. Very clean movement. Mm-hmm. Okay, now let's look at the elevator. Can you give them a shot right along the elevator? Mm-hmm. Up, down, okay? All right, so that's satisfactory. I like the way that that looks. I like the way that that feels. And our next big move is gonna be getting the wing on here so that we can start testing the next setup. And the next setup is gonna require that wire to not be sticking through. But also we have as much done as we can really do at this point, with the exception of gluing that receiver into position, because I do want to have that receiver glued into position, and I want a strip of glue holding all the connectors into the actual receiver itself. So that's what we're going to do next. So we'll pause, get a hot glue gun, and come right back. All right, so we have a hot glue gun here. This is not necessarily the best or only way to do this by any means. It's just what we're doing. I'm going to do a little bit of glue here just to kind of hold this receiver in place. And then a little teeny bit of glue here. And it's just to keep those ties from slipping. And then I'm going to do a little bit on each corner to tack the receiver in place. And pulling the string out. See, now that's going to prevent it from slipping left and right. And then we're going to just get in here and do a little bit more on each corner. Okay, again, this is not like the only way to do this. A lot of people like to use 3M double-sided tape. I do that in a lot of applications too. It just depends on what we're doing with our plane. But you see what's going on now? See how that was wiggling before? Now when I move it, it moves the plane, okay? You may prefer to not have the zip ties at all and make it look a little cleaner. That's fine too. I think in my case, I'm just gonna do a little teeny bit more hot glue right in the center. And that's just going to give me that little added layer of security that I desire to have, and you may not need it, okay? So now I'm going to leave this hot glue gun here, and the next thing we're going to do, because we're getting ready to put the wing on, let's go ahead and do our Y cable for the flaps. So you remember back when we labeled these LA, LF, RF, okay? So these are both flaps. There's a brown. Line up your browns or your yellows, doesn't matter. And then make sure there's not going to be some big twist like there is right there. There you go. So now you have a relaxed cable on both sides, which is nice for cable management later. And then you can take your Y cable that was provided. Only one of these is provided though. Whoa, that slipped. Okay. So get that plugged in. Then get this plugged in. Make sure we're solid. We're solid on connection. Now we're going to use hot glue to prevent that from coming undone easily. And in order to reach, we'll have to probably lay it here. Okay, so all I want to do is just keep this from coming undone. So this is where I glue all the way across, just like that. And then if you really want to make it nice and neat, then you'll actually glue the connector to itself. And sometimes that kind of bites you in the butt because when you do it, it doesn't always fit really good in the plane that way. But I like this because it keeps everything tidy. Okay, and I can never tell which side unplugs. I think it's actually the other side. And then you have an assembly that's really simple and obvious because the label is very close to where those wires go. Okay, so now we can let that set for just a second. It doesn't take very long for that stuff to set up. It's hot glue. Okay, so we have, these wires are not all the same length. And so if you want to try to make them the same length, you have all these extensions that came with it. Okay, I don't know that that's absolutely necessary, but just for easy figuring, I'm kind of wondering if it might not be a bad idea to see how much longer they'll be. See, then they're going to be still like a significant difference in length. Disparity. So I would say the indisparity is what I'm most concerned about, because really you don't need a ton of extra length, but you do need some length to get the wing on, just because of the nature of the wing shape. But I think I can probably do it without the extensions. What do you think?
I think it's probably worth it to try.
Yeah, and if we have problems, see, there's already an extension here and it's zip tied on, but you cannot pull that out. If you want to change the extension, you can actually open this up or open this up and you can pull the wire back through and then add a longer extension. Okay? So you can undo this and you can get into the wing. Okay? Otherwise, this should be fine. Now, what I'd like to do is ultimately, I'd like this slack to go back into the wing so that we don't have any of that inside the fuse where it could get bound up with the elevator and rudder. But I'm always super paranoid about it, and I don't think I've ever, in all the years I've been flying, had one tangle up. You would think it would happen all the time, but literally not once out of the hundreds of planes that we've flown.
I don't think so.
So that doesn't mean that I'm still not paranoid, because I believe because it can happen, I should plan for the circumstance which would lead to it and then avoid it. Okay, it's at this point that I'm going to verify my receiver is solid, and it is most definitely solid. I don't feel like it's really going to be necessary to do anything more, but I just want to see if I can even get the angle in there. See, I can't even really get the angle. And then here's the other thought I had, is if I could put over the spots where the antenna is, but it's just really clean already. I don't even need to add any glue. I thought the glue would probably be more of a permanent thing, but the tape looks like it's going to be good. And even if the tape fails and it slips, who cares? It's not going to hurt anything. Okay, so now I'm going to try to move this wing. And the idea is, if you kind of put this wing down like this, then all you have to do is plug in the flaps. Now, I do need you to slide that over to me, camera crew. And then let's go ahead. We're going to go to the monitor mode on the transmitter.
Oh, okay.
So I just need this in close proximity for safety reasons. Okay, so it looks like the flaps is on channel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 for flaps. And we have the right and left ailerons labeled. Yeah, that's going to be a little bit challenging. So that's channel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They are labeled, but I like to count to verify I don't have something weird happening. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to manipulate that.
Pretty tight.
Yeah, why don't we just go, we'll just unplug the flaps. Let's unplug the flaps and let's add them right here.
Okay.
Then we can put our hot glue drip. It's just gonna make it easier to get it in there, but then you're gonna have to deal with that extra at some point. So the other thing too is our label is now at the wrong end, but we'll still be able to pretty easily figure it out. But it was nice of Horizon to include that extension. I mean, I don't know if I should say nice, it was required.
But sometimes we get things that should be required that aren't included.
Okay, so there's that. Just one side is fine. And again, remember, this is not like, you know, you're going to be sitting there yanking on it, holding the plane up by that servo connection.
Right.
I mean, you are going to be holding the plane up in the air by the servos, provided they're not broken, you know, but you're not going to be holding anything mechanically by the strength of that connection. You just need a little something there for an added security measure if you're like me. Some people use heat shrink, some people use a million things. Please don't put in the comments what I did wrong, because it's not wrong, it's your plane, you can do what you want. But there are better ways. I get it. There are different ways and better ways. I'm with you on that part. All right, so now that slack is pulled out to where it's appropriate. And I can just go ahead and plug back in the flaps again. Okay, so that's plugged in, so the flaps come to life. Okay, so they're going the wrong direction. And it looks like we're not going to damage anything, which is very important. Okay, so then this is the left aileron. So left aileron, show them what we're looking at. It goes on channel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Channel 6. So here's channel 6. And you're like, but Brian, how are you going to turn on AS3X and all that if you used up all 6 channels? There's more channels on this receiver than meets the eye. So then channel 2 is the right aileron. You see how it says RA? That's the right aileron. Okay. So now we'll just look at all these cables and just make sure we're not getting into a cluster somewhere, like where all that wire is. I would like to control this wire. Okay? See how nice and easy that is? If you get it right, you can get it to stay put. Sometimes you put it on the wheel pant and it'll hold the wing. Yep, you can hold the wing on the wheel pant, which is kind of nice. I am getting 2 zip ties or 1 zip tie. And all I want to do now is just control the excess, so it's all as one big clump. Now you can use a zip tie like this, and you can tie up those excess wires, okay? Which is one easy way to do it. Or you could take the wing and you can spin it. Put your prop down, the prop is sharp. Some of these steps look pretty ridiculous on camera. Keep in mind, they'll be just as ridiculous for you in real life. The difference is when you go to film stuff, it's always harder than it looks. This is not hard at all. It's just awkward. Okay, so you see how the wire is tangled upon itself now? Okay, so that's nice because then you don't have to worry about that as easily becoming entangled, because it will be easier to control. But you don't want to tangle it so much that you can't actually keep it where you want it. So now I'm just going to slowly slip this down into the hole, which is going to get it out of the way. I don't know, are you able to see that, camera crew?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, so it's going pretty nice.
Hold on a second.
Okay, now some dummy put this wire here. Okay. So this is just the one we're using to run it for now. Throttle hold is on, but not tested since we haven't plugged it back in. So now we're going to go ahead and get that wire onto the correct side, and we can, in faith, reinsert this into this front half, and I'm just pulling the wires and controlling them into the underbelly, under the pan, or whatever you call that thing, under the servo pan. Okay, so I feel like that's controlled, and then all that needs to happen is that these pegs go in like that, and then the back will eventually drop down, which is going to happen right now. So now I can take those nylon screws, get them lined up so that they kind of drop down. Now I can start twisting a little bit at a time. Still need to center all these control surfaces, which we'll probably show you one, and then center them all. But we have to get our wing type done and our forward programming, and then assignments for safe select and gains. So it's really not actually that bad. My camera crew was giving me a look like, are you serious? We're really close, actually. This plane has a lot of steps to it, but it's worth the steps. I mean, some planes, you'll do just as much work and the plane will suck at the end.
Yeah.
Like really bad too. And that's what's cool about this plane.
This has not been bad though, really.
No, it's not been bad.
It just all takes time.
Yeah, every little step, like all the little checks and balances. And to be honest, you should see how much worse this would have been if this is all glued together. Okay, so that's where it needs to be. Flush. Look how tight and clean that. Now, what I can tell you is not tight and clean is the ailerons and flaps are not flat. You see?
Yeah.
Show them down the length. You can control to this surface here. That can be your control. Then the flaps are up on both sides, but the ailerons are actually quite close. That's good because the flaps are much easier to fix. Now that might actually be the way that that wing is supposed to go. To be honest, I wonder.
Oh, really?
Yeah, maybe. Okay, so I'm confident that we're done with the hot glue, so I'm gonna unplug that.
Okay.
And you'll notice that I did not use the zip tie that I thought I was gonna use because it just wasn't necessary. Couple things about unnecessary things on airplanes. If you like to add weight, just keep adding stuff. Because heavy planes, we all know, fly better. That was a joke.
The twisty thing seems to work.
He almost always
every
does.
time. And it doesn't add any weight.
So I am not going to use this for the rest of this project because it's not going to be necessary or helpful. I'm going to use the right one. So at this point, we actually have it assembled enough that we can do the center of gravity marking too.
Oh, okay.
So even though we're going to get into the wing setup, I think the next thing to do would be to go ahead and mark the center of gravity. You'll notice that we don't follow through the steps exactly.
You're in the other language.
What's wrong with der Schwerkraft?
Well, when you speak that, then we can do it in that language.
Well, this thing said right here. It said right here, read the entire manual.
You have to call Esteban.
Oh, okay. He doesn't speak German.
He doesn't speak German. There you go. Is that one in English?
Yeah.
Okay.
4 inches or 102. Also known as 95 to 108. So one of those numbers.
Okay.
So I'm going to go with the 105 or 95 to 108. Can I even do that much on this thing?
I don't know.
This is made in Pittsburgh, China. Just kidding.
How are you going to mark this one?
I was thinking of using a blowtorch to just burn a hole in it. Just kidding. We're going to use one of these markers. We'll mark a front, we'll mark a back. Okay, so let's go to 95. So here is 95. And we'll set it. Now we need to be a little bit careful because typically when we mark, and I think this is what the camera crew was alluding to, is that when we mark, that's good enough. 94.98 millimeters. So now it's going to crash.
No, I don't.
So what's going to happen is we're going to, I don't know which color we're going to be on because we have a black, we have a yellow, and we have a white. My hope is that we're going to end up on the white, but I don't know. That's obviously from the leading edge. I want it to be kind of generally here, okay? So I don't want it on the top, I want it on the bottom. So I'm gonna flip this upside down on the plane stand. There is no center of gravity markings yet, which is pretty typical on a plane like this, especially a plane of this caliber. This plane is really nice. It is a high quality plane, and I'm learning that as I continue on. It's not light, there's nothing simple about it. It's very high quality, everything. There's not been a thing that we've done on here that I thought, oh, why couldn't have that been better? Except for maybe just annoying steps in the manual. Okay, so I'm just gonna lay this flat. And actually, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do a method I used to do all the time that I haven't done for a long time. And it's gonna be nice because it'll be clear. And I'm gonna have to be careful to hit a rib. Why do I need to hit a rib, camera crew?
So that you don't melt the...
No, so that if yeah, exactly, so it doesn't melt through.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just gonna use the black, okay? Now I'm gonna eyeball this so that I have that lined up perfect, okay? And I would call this as perfect as you're gonna get it, okay? There's our first mark for the center of gravity. And yes, I am marking it on both sides. Obviously on both sides, because otherwise you're not gonna have a very easy time testing it. And I am trying to do this in such a way that's like, pays homage to the fact that this is a super nice plane. Which I know some of you guys are screaming at the screen saying, well, why don't you do that to your other $600 planes that are made of foam? Because this plane will probably outlive them. Even though I might love those even more. Like that beaver on the table, that beaver is sweet. And I honestly think from a distance it looks better. But then when you start looking at the components on this, they're pretty good. They're pretty good. Okay, so now I'm gonna unlock this and I'm gonna go up to, what is it, 105 millimeters?
108.
108?
That's
So,
what you get for saying, I'm confident I'm done with the glue gun.
okay. Yeah, I know. Sorry, camera crew, I got your sniper mark. I just didn't have time to come back.
That's okay, people got it.
You know, if we were on the radio right now, they'd fire us. Because we were quiet forever.
It's like the only time I'm ever quiet.
I know.
Ever.
What? You mean like when we're worn out? It's been a long day?
Even then, you usually still have something to share.
I don't always. Just 99.9% of the time. Yeah. That seems like a pretty normal range right there to me. This one's a little harder to mark for just based on the way it's sitting. Okay, so here's the method. This is a pretty simple method. Okay, once you have your center of gravity marked and you've got your calipers off and out of the way, and you've got your marker capped and you're ready to rock and roll, I'm actually gonna increase the size of these markings just a hair, just because I like the idea of being able to see the center of gravity marks. I don't personally have a big problem with seeing center of gravity marks. I think that it is a natural thing that should be marked for me by every manufacturer of radio-controlled airplanes, because I feel like it's important enough that it should just be marked on the plane and I shouldn't have to do it. But when the time comes that you have to do it yourself, there is a trick up my sleeve for this one because it's always hard to see what you're touching. So I'm looking for a rib. And it feels like I'm on solid right there anyway.
Oh, okay.
So what I'm gonna do is very simple. I'm gonna make just a small drip. Hold on, this tip is dirty. Ow. You don't want to step on the cord.
Plug while you're working?
Yeah, it doesn't feel good. You could actually put a small screw here too, if you're into adding a lot of unnecessary weight. Okay. Okay, so the reason that this works so good is that even if I were to flatten those a little bit, you would definitely be able to feel them. And that's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to flatten them. Why you flatten them? Don't you want to bounce on there? Not really. I want to bounce between them. So we went to the inboard portion there. Mm-hmm. Okay. And I know Horizon is probably like cheering, like, wow, we are so proud of you, Brian. Good job using hot glue on our perfectly precision balanced, amazing plane.
I didn't know Horizon was from Switzerland now.
Yeah, they
or
are.
Austria or wherever.
I mean, look
was
at the
from.
directions. All right, so these are dry now or
flatten?
cooled. I flattened them. So now when I'm ready to test the center of gravity, like, I can do it. You can do it. All right, so I have the lid here. I have the nut that's going to go in. To hold the lid, my battery's not even plugged in for safety reasons, of course. Safety first. And once we get that secured, we can go ahead and throw this in, even if it's not all the way down. One thing I don't like about this is it's fine thread and it's really long, which means it's gonna take 7.5 years to put that in. 7.5 years. Yes, that long. Okay, so I'm feeling for where the glue is. Okay, so the 5,000 milliamp hours, I'm on the front hole. I'm up in front of the front hole, probably by another 3 to 4 millimeters, and this is what we have. The resulting factor is right there, okay? So what that means is our center of gravity on this model, we are nose heavy. In fact, nose heavy. Here's the problem with that.
There's nowhere to go with the battery.
You'd be correct. So that's, except maybe you're not. Come around here. So you know that I don't like to use dead weight to balance a plane, okay?
Right.
However, on this plane, I'm gonna undo the multi-strap fiasco, which is ridiculous. Hey, you remember how I said there was like nothing I didn't like on this plane? It was all high quality.
Because you forgot about the straps.
Forgot about the straps. Because it's kind of annoying, to be honest. Like, why the heck do we not have a better strap in here? And strap quality is fine, but it's like, really? You couldn't have done a better strap in this high dollar aircraft that's beautiful and awesome? Okay. For those of you who think I am a Horizon fanboy, I am. But for those of you who hear me make comments like that, I want you to know that I do. And I do think these things. And I think it's fair that occasionally things that Horizon does are not perfect. They have to hit budgets just like every other manufacturer on the planet. It's like they cannot put every feature in every plane. However, I think they should because I like them. And where's our airliner? Jason, are you listening? Hopefully he watches this. If he watches every video that we put out this long, you know, seriously, he'd get a lot more done if he wouldn't. He needs to stop screwing around, get to work, make me some airliners. It's gonna spark a controversy. Oh, Brian, it's a new release. You can't be talking about airliners that we don't make. Because, we got a lot of complaint calls. I'm sure you did. And you deserve them. Because where is the airliner? Please give it to me now. Thank you. It's all right, Jason wants them too. I won't get fired over that. I'll get fired over other things. All right, here we go. Hey, would you look at that? Okay, so just behind the front point, I'd say that's centered.
That looks good.
I can definitely live with that. Now, I want you to also notice that the connector is manageably located. It's not maybe ideal, but it's definitely doable, okay? So yeah, so there was actually room to go. I was wrong. That happens a couple times a day, at least on a good day. So now I'm gonna write 5,000 5 amp hour. Do you know what that means, camera crew?
Well, instead of 5,000 milliamp hour, right?
You know, what's a milliamp hour?
1,000 amp. No. Don't make me do math.
Milli means it's 1,000th.
Yeah.
So this is what I'm writing. Can you tell what I'm writing? Mm-hmm. The grain is making it really hard.
Hopefully we can tell next time we look at it.
Oh, is that a C?
Yeah.
Did I make it right? Okay,
Yeah.
good. So now I'm just gonna mark this as being here.
Your S looks kind of like a 5, but I think we'll know.
Well, good luck doing it yourself then, because this texture on there makes it extremely hard.
It bleeds.
Plus I'm holding it upside down backward. So yeah. Okay. Now that we have that done, we have more forward programming to do. Don't you guys love it how when we get started, we just jump from to to fro until the plane flies? We do that just for you.
To to fro.
To to fro. To to fro for you.
You're having a hard time with
To to fro?
everyday acronyms.
What's
To
wrong
and
with
fro.
What's wrong with
To and
versa
fro.
versa? There's people
What
say
is
that.
what is going on? The cats have apparently decided everyone needs a drink.
It's feeding time. Let's all go drink together.
We're missing one.
Let's drink together and then passive aggressively not drink. Get out of my way. I'm drinking here. That's what cats say all day long. Okay, throttle hold is on. This is where you don't want to like have to make love to your plane to hook up the battery. She was giving me the look. She was like, don't go far over that, Ron. Saliva.
The cats all looked at you.
It was sticking pretty hard. I was like, you're gonna start someday? Okay, all right, so just to be clear, the rudder still works, good. The elevator still works, good, in the same direction. The ailerons, wrong. Every direction of travel was backward. How can it possibly be that every single one was backward? Throttle holds on and tested. Throttle holds off, confirmed to be working and blowing me.
Is that good?
Throttle cut is on. Don't tempt me. So
you wanted to go. It's important to know, huh?
it is. I mean, if it's blowing them, well, that's a problem.
Like I said.
Okay, a little more behind the scenes. Inside baseball. I'm sitting down. All right, so let's look at this. You see the flaps? That does not look right. That looks wrong. Okay, servo setup, travel, reverse. Well, let's reverse that. Let's reverse that. Let's reverse that. Oh, good, good. Ooh, so good. I like that when I push the stick this way, that one goes down, this one go up. Whoa, 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 whoa. Do you see what's going on there?
Yeah, why is it doing that?
It's through X.
Already?
I think so.
Really?
Wait, hold on, you're right. Okay. Now that we have that started, so now I'm gonna go back to reverse and I'm gonna go over to speed. I'm good with that speed. That is awesome. And the elevator is going down, which is good. That's the correct direction. Absolute travel. Okay, so speed. I don't want speed. What am I doing? I want travel for flaps. Now look at flaps. I'm gonna move them up. See how it's still going down? Get to the basement! I hope it sounds like an air raid siren. Sorry.
It does.
Okay, so
Really annoying.
I'm gonna go to 125. Get to the basement! Okay, then I'm gonna go to the top setting. See how I can't even get all the way to the top setting? I'm just gonna clear it. Then I'm gonna go to the bottom setting. Then I'm gonna go to the top setting. I need to reduce the rates on flaps. You see how that's raised up? When are you gonna choose to lower down? That is so weird. Why is it not? Oh, you know why it is? Oh, geez, watch this. Flap system. See this? Now that would be incorrect right there. But you know what's kind of cool about that? You can totally go up or down with them. So the trade-off is I'm not actually using that function. So if you wanted to, you could change the throws so you could have some crazy barn door flaps. But because we have crow, we really don't need it at all. So I'm just gonna set this to 0, and then I'm gonna use 0 to center it with the control surfaces here. See? And I'm gonna split the difference between the two so I don't have to do a mechanical adjustment. Do you see what I'm looking at, camera crew? Do you wanna show them up close?
Yeah, let me see if I can.
So this is what we're looking for right here. Flush. And I'm also looking at this aileron is up just ever so slightly, and so I'm gonna bring that down just ever so slightly. Hey, show the alignment. Give them a real close up.
On which?
Hey, on between the flaps and the aileron. Right there. Down a little bit. There you go. You see what's happening? Mm-hmm. Okay, now show them on the radio. See that 6%? I'm just moving that. See, now look. See how it's down? So I'm gonna go to 6% like this, okay? Then I'm gonna come over here and I'm gonna verify that we're within reason, okay? You're never gonna be absolutely 100% exactly perfect because there's always gonna be steps, whether it's spinning a control horn an extra 50% more to get your turn all the way so that you're, I hate when she interrupts me. This lady's interrupting me, do you hear?
Right here.
It's really annoying.
Just turn her off.
I should. But anyway, she's just insatiable. She goes all the time. So, all right, so I'm going to -7, -8, so I'm at like -8, okay? So now when I move the ailerons, everything is fine. Now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to takeoff flap position. I'm gonna go to like, for takeoff flaps, we'll do like 38. Except I really would rather have this set to 0, okay? Then I would rather have this at 0 and I'd rather have this at like 40. Show the people at home. See 0, 40, and then crow for landing, okay? Now I'm gonna go back up to servo setup, travel, and I can't go to the top setting because you can't adjust your travel in the center. You see, because this up is 100. Here, go back, there you go. Up is -100, or that's 100 up and then 100 down, that's what you have. Okay, so that's why adjusting that wasn't fixing this alignment issue, okay? But watch this. Travel, sub-trim. Watch now. You see that move? See how it's lined up perfectly? Now watch this. See that? That's even. That's where it was at 0. This is where I'm putting it. Okay? Now the other thing too is, because I can technically overdrive the servos, now come back over here, travel, I can go to travel and I can deploy the flaps all the way. Now look, I can grab this 100, highlight it, and then increase it to like, looks like about, I'm watching for when that stalls out. It stopped moving. So I would say like in the 125 range is all we can get out of that servo. Okay. Sometimes digital servos, when you get to the 150% range, something about the way the pulse width modulation works in the circuit, it will actually cause other weird issues. So just don't overdo it. Okay, so there's takeoff, there's landing. I think what's happening is I'm hitting the bottom of the wing. I think that's what that chatter was earlier. Okay, so that's good. It's hitting. It's hitting. The ball joint's hitting. Can you show the people? Or can they see? See how it's hitting?
Oh, yep.
That's not good. You don't want that to happen. But the only way to resolve that would be to prevent that level of throw, or to try to rotate this. But even if I rotate it, look what happens. Then it's just going to want to break the thing off. So that is exactly what we were seeing. Okay, so I think the best way to resolve that, let's look at the other side. It's doing the same thing. So we need to resolve that one of two ways. One, since we have crow going, I don't want to give up that throw, because that throw will be helpful in the crow setting, okay? I'm going to try to slide this in, and that'll just give us the ability to flip everything over without fear of the battery popping out and toppling onto the floor and damaging itself, the floor, the house, the kittens, my foot, camera crew's foot, those things. Okay, so that's tight now. Oh. Let's put it back on the plane stand for just a quick second. Un momento.
Which side are you working on?
I'm going to work on the side that I can reach first, which would be like maybe over there, I'm thinking. Okay, so let's look at how we can resolve this. There's more than one way to skin this cat, folks. And I think the easiest way to skin this cat is probably what we're going to do. So, see where it's hitting? In order to clear that obstruction, you're going to have to open up both sides of that. Now, that's probably not the easiest way to do it, but I'm just going to do it that way. That is extremely strong, that cover is. Holy crap. I don't know if I want to fight that thing so much. I may have to take it off. That would be terrible.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that would suck.
Yes.
But the other thing too that kind of sucks is like this thing is strong, it's long enough that if we were to make an adjustment, you see what's going to happen? We're going to be almost all the way out, you see? Okay, so you see what's going to go on here? It does look a little bit like a lot of work. Nothing else. Right, camera crew? Mm-hmm. So if I were to take out all this material here, then that would resolve that problem. Potentially resolve that problem.
Is it okay if the control rod hits?
You mean the rod itself, like
Yeah.
along the length of it?
Yeah, because I still feel like then
It's gonna hit.
just gonna hit. Like if it keeps going further, then
Yeah.
the rod's just gonna hit.
Excuse me. That's at the bottom of the throw. So even though I hear what you're saying, I don't think it's as, you know, I think it's not going to continue.
Okay.
I want to see if I can get it to cut without causing lots of problems. Because it would be super nice if I could just cut it. Excuse me, guys. Yeah, that's going to be challenging to cut. It's going to probably be a little dangerous to do that with this tool. I'm trying to think of what tool I could use that'd be the easiest possible way. Because really, for practical purposes, we got to undo this to get this off. And then we have to undo those 4 screws. And then we would just be drilling that out. All right, what we'll do is we'll pause and get some tools here. Okay, so I undid all that. And then I'm just going to lift this tray out, this cover, which actually holds the servo. That I was not expecting at all. And you can see the way that this works. That is a huge servo, by the way. 26 gram. So option one is to relieve this material. And I think the easiest way to do it would be to actually just use a drill to open up that material. But you see, eventually we're going to run out of space because, you know, there's got to be something material here to keep this all intact. Okay. So like when I move this, and then of course I'm going to go get a drill. We'll try this. All right. So we took this one out and we're just going to try with the drill just to open this up. So the plywood is really strong, so a Dremel tool might actually work even easier on something like this. And the trouble is that this film is going to want to give you problems, okay? So I might be able to drill from this side. You can, of course, take the servo out, but I'm not sure if I want to take the servo out. It's just one more step to screw around with. And it looks like we're going to clear where we need to be. So I think what I want to try first is just try doing this and just controlling it carefully. Keep my hand in a safe spot, obviously. Okay. And then over here, of course, this stuff, don't worry about the excess because when you're done, you can just basically fold that around the edge and it should be no problem. But you see, we're just trying to make enough clearance so that that black disappears. Then we're left with just this finish here. Boy, that stuff cuts really, really, really. That is some strong wood. Goodness gracious. Which is good, and they use the epoxy to hold all this stuff together, it looks like. But I'm just having a really, really hard time opening that material up. So once that's all said and done, then here what I'll do is I'll throw a tester on this so that we can kind of show you what I'm talking about. We have the servo tester set up with a 6S, and it doesn't really change anything that much. But I'll just double tap so it goes through the sweep. So you can see what I'm talking about. See, it's going to hit up top. It's going to hit both sides. So that kind of sucks.
Was it hitting?
It's going to hit on the front and the back. So I don't know if I'm so crazy about that. I think the easier way to fix it would be to just reduce the amount of throw on this, which is probably what they were going to have us do anyway for the amount of deflection anyway. You know, like how far this can actually move. So I think we need to do a little bit of thinking on this and then come right back. All right, so we opened up this hole. It was quite difficult actually because that material is hard to work with. That balsa wood, it's not balsa wood at all, it's plywood, which is not uncommon on a servo mount. But in this case, I had a really hard time getting it to open up. I even had a drill and I was trying to drill it and it just didn't work very good. So a Dremel would have been a lot better for this application. And I still technically could probably use just a little bit more. And my concern is we really only need it when it's on the upward sweep. So you see that hits too. But then right here, we're pretty much free, okay? We're not 100% totally into perpetuity perfect, but we're close enough, okay? So as long as we're not overdriving it, we should be okay. Because remember, on the downside sweep, that's only gonna be for, that's what we saw, by the way, that response. So it's possible that we'll have to actually take this whole servo mount off and cut more material out if we want to completely avoid that. Or we could redo the way that it connects to the rod, which I don't want to, or the control rod, which I don't want to do that, or the control horn on the servo, to the actual rod. So that's centered. That looks good. That's on the upward sweep, which is when we're in the crow configuration. That's the only time you're really going to be in that for any sort of period of time. But my concern is on the other side, if we do need to take out material, we're going to have to take out a considerable amount of material here as well. And all I did was I used the drill to open up this hole, and then I followed up with the X-Acto knife and just kind of chase it around until it was nice and clean. And then I did a nice cut to actually get that stuff to back up, because the wood was close enough match. I was fine with it. That does not wrap around the edge, whereas under here the wing wraps in and it's glued down there. So I think for tonight we're probably done with this, which is unfortunate because I had hoped to get this done tonight so it was ready for the next flyable weather, but we're going to have to spend a little bit of time to get the other one done, and then we will continue our forward programming and our AS3X and our safe setup, which honestly, this really has nothing to do with it, but it has to be resolved before we can continue. So we're gonna do that next, so stay tuned. All right, YouTube, so we're back to the Ultra Stick. The other night we were working and we ran into a little bit of issues just trying to create clearance on these pockets, but now that we're back a couple of days later, I just wanted to show you, I actually did go in and put a little bit of hot glue in here, and we just basically held to secure the receiver here on the corners. And so I'm just adding a little teeny bit around the edges and a little bit here around the zip ties just to kind of hold everything together. This is totally removable. It's very easy to remove. And now that we know that everything is settled in terms of what wires are what, I like to do a strip of hot glue here. And just keep in mind, that's very easy to remove. So if you ever decide to, replace servos or switch, the style of setup or whatever it is, the wing type, you can still get in there and you can still definitely do it. But then I couldn't remember if we showed that. So I wanted to show you guys that before we get back to work. And what we're gonna do first is we're gonna basically get back to work where we left off, which is trying to resolve the pocket holes. And as you may remember, we basically were going through the process of trying to widen the hole at one end. And when we did that, it was really hard to actually cut through the plywood. So we decided against continuing in that path. And I think that it would be wise to do things a little bit different, and I'm gonna show you how to do it in a few minutes. But for now, we're gonna get this wing back on and come right back. Okay, so we wanna start from all the servos being centered. We've already kind of centered everything except, I don't believe we got this one very good. And what we're looking at is this being up versus this being, see that gap? So the easy way to do it is to just take this out and then twist this the appropriate number. I found it to work pretty good to use forceps to hang on to that nut. Seemed to be the easiest way to get that goal accomplished. This is a 1.5 millimeter drive here. So I need to go just a little bit. Okay, there we go. So I need to go in. Oh my goodness, that's hard to turn. There's one full turn, and that probably will do it. Let's see what we look like here. I can't help but feel like that got longer. Okay, so there's two. Let's try that. Now this is threaded through this plastic, so it's tapped. It's not probably supposed to be, but it just happens to be tapped here. Okay, so once you get that started, you should be able to tell the position. We're gonna need quite a bit more, aren't we?
Mm-hmm. Not quite a bit, but a little bit.
There's another half, so that's a total of 3. There's 3.5. Let's see how this looks. Yeah, we need another. It's a lot easier to twist when you've got this bolt still in there. And you kind of have to overspin it a little bit. Okay, cool. looks pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Okay, so I want to see how that goes once I tighten this. Okay, so once I get this nut started, then we'll fix the other factor. Ooh, did I overshoot? Yeah, I overshot. I want to set that as my basis. So I want to go back 1/2. Or not 1/2, I have to go back one full turn. And see if we have overshot the other way then.
When it tightened, it seemed to pull down just a little bit more.
Okay. So we'll go, there's 1/2, there's one turn, and I want to make sure that the black parts are lined up, but they're not. You see how this one's twisted here? Like if that were square, it's going to be down like that. So I need to overshoot it just a hair. Okay, so that should work. Then they'll be aligned properly. Okay, so once that's in position, yeah, that's really close. I don't think we're going to get a whole lot closer than that. Okay. Since I'm going to re-grab this nut. And then as this slides through the threaded hole, then we'll get it to go through the nut as well. Okay, so that's nice and tight. Except you don't want it tight. That's an eye lock. Well, we don't care actually because this has a ball joint. All right, so now we can kind of rest this back down on its wheels. And then we're just gonna look at where everything lines up. We're super close there. We're probably about as close as we can be on both sides. So roll left, roll right, elevator up, elevator down, rudder left, rudder right. Okay, so everything looks good there. Then take off flaps, landing flaps with a little bit of crow. So now this is where we gotta be really careful. Okay, as you may know, these servo pockets were not really that huge. So first things first, let's test flaps. So we're totally fine there. We're not hitting there, we're not hitting here. We're not hitting there. Oh, see that one? I think we need to back that off a little bit. Is it hitting?
It's not hitting right now. I don't know why
it chatters like that. Okay, so that's all the way. Are we touching there on the flap?
No, not technically.
Not technically, or I'm not?
No.
I am making just a super small dent here. On that foam, not on that foam, but on that edge. So I think what we need to do is we need to back off the setting just a hair on the flap. So I'm gonna go back to flap setting. Instead of being 100, we'll go like 95, okay? So that's the easiest way. Now, alternatively, once this goes up to that setting, then when we roll left, we're okay, but look what happens. See, when I go roll, it's gonna go into that hole and it's gonna overdrive it. You see that? Mm-hmm. It's gonna overdrive it and pivot. Now, the only reason we get away with it there is that this piece is allowed to twist. And that's obviously not ideal. Now, if I do it over here, I'm not gonna drive it. See, that's hitting. Mm-hmm. It's hitting. And that's really, really hard on the servo, okay? So what we have to do is we have to figure out a way to prevent that from going up too far. Okay, so this is okay. This is okay for the flap setting, but then option one would be we reduce the overall amount that goes up, okay? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move the stick. That one's pretty much good there. And if you look over here, camera crew, on the aileron, you can see it's at -50. So it's at -110, 115. I would say about 110 is all we can get out of it. Okay, so this is gonna have to be reduced a little bit. Now, I don't know if 10 is all we're gonna get. See, we're free there, and we're free there. Show them the controls. You got to show them from here so they can see. See how it's free? It's not touching, right? Is it touching?
Do it again. It's bare, yes, at the end, a teeny tiny bit.
Okay,
Barely.
so then the same thing over here. It's really close, but it's not touching. Okay, so that little bit of crow is all we're gonna get unless we take action on that. I just don't know if that's enough to actually be effective as crow. Because crow braking, you kind of need that stuff to stick up some. So the option is, when this is up here, we need to minimize the amount of aileron output. Okay? But you can minimize the left and the right separately. Okay? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set this crow back to where I had it, which is like 50. Okay, so now look at the ailerons. I'm gonna roll left, or excuse me, I'm gonna roll left. So I gotta stop the aileron output at some point. When this setting is in, I gotta slow down the roll output at some point. So how do we do that? We go down to mixing, and we go to normal, and we go to aileron to, that's the left aileron. And the rate is, I believe it's like 100 and 100, and then we'll back them off. Now look what happens. It's probably gonna make the left aileron move twice the way we've mixed this. See, it's moving twice as far. Except that one's not moving. So this says on for the switch. I'm gonna turn it off. Now they both work. Now when I turn it on, look what happens. Only this one works. That's weird. So I'm gonna change this aileron input. Well, actually I want to be careful not to have that. I'm gonna turn it off for now. Ah, it's so annoying. I'm gonna actually set that to a switch. Okay, so I want the mix true only in the case of 2, not in the case of 1, okay? So there's nothing there. There's nothing there, okay? But on that setting, I do want this to have some output. So instead of being auxiliary 1, I want that to be left aileron, hopefully. I don't know if I can do that because I think it's just gonna make me do aileron. Aileron to left aileron. Okay, so you see, they're moving as typical. Okay, so pause it for just a sec. Okay, so what I did was I'm just holding the stick over and I'm looking at the control surfaces, right? And I'm watching the bind point. Now look what I'm doing. I'm watching this move. And look what's happening. It's running the other one over, okay? So what it's doing is it's taking this and moving it over there, okay? So I don't know that I necessarily want that to happen, but there's a remedial action for that, okay? Now, I don't know if this is gonna have the same impact, but when we have this all the way over, that doesn't have any impact that I can see. So that's good. But that basically reduces the output, but it's actually reducing it on both ailerons, which is not desirable. Now remember, see, watch what happens. When I undo the flaps, Aileron up. We're not hitting here, but we are hitting here, okay? So this mix might not be the best option, okay? So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna, for grins and giggles, I'm gonna make one more mix that's very similar. Normal, I'm gonna go to aileron, and then the output from that is gonna be the right aileron. The right aileron, not the left aileron. And then the rate is gonna be something, but I don't know what it is. And then I'm gonna set this to the same switch setting, so it's only active in 2, but then it's not active in 1, and it's, okay, so that's the way it's gonna be. See how, I'm gonna make it active here, and I'm gonna make it not active here. You see how it's changing every time I move the switch? You have to unselect the other ones, okay? So there's no mix present in these two settings, but there is mix present here. So now I'm gonna look at this, and I'm gonna move the stick over to the right. See how it's hitting? It's trying to. Okay, so I'm gonna try this another way here. Actually, we'll pause and come right back. Okay, so that was not working. I don't like that concept. I thought it would work better, but evidently once you get into the crow setting, it complicates things because the aileron is no longer separated from the right and the left. So we can't do it that way. So I just cleared those mixes out. If you don't know how to do that, when you have a mix that you've made, it'll show up as a normal mix. Okay, so let's say it was aileron, and then it was to like right aileron. Okay, so whatever value it was, and then you had it assigned to a switch, all you have to do is go in here and basically go back in when you're ready to delete it, and you can clear this, and then it's gonna prevent you from actually changing these values, right? So you can't actually delete it. So what you do is you turn it on, and then you walk up here and you turn it all the way to inhibit, and then all the way back to inhibit. And then you can basically walk out at that point and it'll be gone. So it'd be nice if there's an easier way to clear that, but there's not. So what I'm gonna do instead, I think I'm gonna try to figure out if there is a way to do absolute travel. Now this isn't attached to a switch setting, but you can actually change your travel. I wonder if you can change the travel on the ailerons based on a switch. Nope, not on that one, because there's some that you can do based on switches. Okay, so the reverse, max speed. See this you have a switch. Okay, so we'll just continue on to absolute travel. And so our questionable ones are the right aileron and the left aileron. Okay, everything else is pretty much working fine. We aren't overdriving any of the servos because in the flap setting, we're fine. In the crow setting, we're fine. It's just that when you add to that aileron output on the one side, you run the risk of overdriving the servo, which is a problem. So alternative to doing the mechanical adjustments, to doing the adjustment here by cutting a hole, which I did here. If you don't want to do that, which I understand if you wouldn't want to, I wouldn't want to, and I don't want to have to replicate that here, I'm just going to try to change the absolute travel. Now, much like when you adjust the throw up or down on a channel, you have to have it in that position or in the center, and then you can adjust top and bottom. So in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually walk into the menu. I'm going to be on like the right aileron, which of course is that one. And then I'm going to move the stick until it gets to the point where I don't like it. And you see what happens when I move it this way? It highlights both. When I get past half, it allows me to adjust this. So I'm going to go up to where it is, and you can see about where it stops moving. And then I'm going to lower this number. Now watch that thing. So I'm scrolling down, scrolling down, scrolling down, scrolling down. And as I scroll this down, and once we get this number, we can just make the other one agree exactly. It's going to be quite a bit. So as I scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down.
There.
So it's, okay, so look, now look what I did. I'm at 3380 instead of 4096. So 3380. So now look, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna move it to the top position. And now I'm gonna go up a little bit more. Okay, so that's all the way up and we're touching. Are we touching? So I'm just getting just really close. Okay, so we're not touching, right?
Yeah, but that's about, that's,
I'm gonna go back just a hair. Okay, so let's call it 3450, okay? So there's our 3450 instead of 4096. And then obviously 1 is the low position, okay? So now that it's down here, we still have that same absolute position all the way at the top of the throw. So no matter what setting I'm in, it can't overdrive, okay? So that's important. Now on the bottom sweep, you see how we're pretty close? So I almost want to back that off a little bit. So I click that while I'm in the lower setting.
yeah, you are technically touching right now.
Is it moving yet?
Not yet, but no, it's still touching.
Goodness gracious, I got a long ways.
I don't know if they can see, but I'm trying to see. There, now you are not. Nope, still touching.
I'm going like way. I wonder if I need to go minus.
I don't know, maybe. Nope, now you're not.
Is it moving
touching.
now?
Yep.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Tell me when it gets really close. Okay, so I'm gonna do this, so check this out. How about now, am I touching?
Nope, not right now.
Okay, so now I'm gonna go to the other extreme. Stay there, other extreme. And then I'm gonna turn on crow. Okay, there's still crow, there's still flaps, there's still crow, but that limits the amount of travel. So now let's show the people on the computer, or on the screen. So now we're at 3450 here and 850 on the bottom, okay? So you see how I had to do that, is I had to put it to the setting to get to the extreme. Now I'm gonna do this side. So I'm gonna scroll, whoops. Now I'm gonna scroll over to left aileron. And I'm gonna click into the left aileron, so it's black now, like this. You're just gonna have to watch this until I tell you to move over there, okay? So it's 4096. So I've clicked into that, clicked in. Now, in order to activate just the top part so I can adjust that value up or down instead of adjusting both values, well, I guess I can just scroll down because it's easy enough to do. I'm gonna go to 3450. So now we already know the number, we just have to replicate that number, okay? So we're not seeing anything on the plane right now, so we're just scrolling a long ways to 3450. So it's gonna limit, okay, so now 3450. Okay, so 3450. Okay, so there's 3450. Now I'm gonna move the stick all the way down, and now I can click and drag that up to 850. And the thing that's nice about this is you can protect your servo from ever overdriving without having to do any mechanical adjustments to those covers. It's a lot of scrolling, goodness gracious. Okay, so now what we're gonna do as soon as we're done with that, so now we have 3450 on both and 850 on both for the right and left aileron. So now, roll left, no bind, no hit. Roll left, roll right, there's no bind, no hit, no bind, no hit. Okay, so now take off flaps, nothing, we're good. And then landing flaps, roll left, no bind, roll right, or excuse me, roll left. We're like a long ways from binding there. And then over here, we're like, wow, that's so weird. Do you notice what I'm noticing? Mm-hmm. This thing is like way far away. Whereas that one is not way far away.
But is the actual like throw the same?
I don't know. That's weird. I figured it would be the same.
Or very close.
Okay, so in that case, when I'm on the left aileron, oh, you know what it is? You know why? It's because it's an opposite direction. So if you get onto this value, you can click and hit, clear. Ah, dang it. There you go. So you can set that back to the neutral state, and then you can highlight that and then clear it back to the neutral state. Okay, so let's see. Maybe we adjusted both when we were adjusting that one. Nope, that's all the way up there. Okay, so I'm going back into that setting. So this is, you know what's wrong? That's actually the left aileron. Okay, so on the left aileron, when I move this number should be getting bigger. See? I'm just holding the stick over to the left. And look, eventually, see, now it's getting to where I can control where it's stopping. So I'm holding the stick to the left, and now I'm just scrolling down until it comes out of the pocket, just a hair. Okay, so that's all the way up. That's never gonna go any further than that. That was 550, let's call it. There's 550, okay? That's all the more up it's ever gonna go, no matter what condition I put it in. Okay, then let's roll the other way. And then this value, see, we're not anywhere near bottoming out there. So I'm gonna click into that and I'm gonna clear it back to the full value.
And then just go a little bit.
I can't go up. So roll this way, we're totally clear, not any risk of hitting. We roll this way, we're totally clear, no risk of hitting. Totally clear, no risk of hitting, but it doesn't look like it's going far enough, does it now? So this is where you can actually make your adjustments so that everything agrees. And then you run zero risk of ever hitting, even with crow on. So there's crow, and look, it's gonna stop. But you're not overdriving the servo, you're not running into an end stop, you're just not gonna ever overdrive it. So really it's mostly the overdrive that direction, but when the flaps are down, everything's clear and even. Up, looks good. Yep, so now they're even. And the other way you can do it is you can just basically eyeball it with the plane flat, okay? So when I roll left, this one goes up but doesn't bind. That one goes down a little bit past the wing, okay? This one goes down about the same amount past the wing. But these numbers are they're not even close to each other. So that's pretty weird to me. So I don't know, maybe the servos didn't have the control horn put on in the same exact position. I'm not sure. But either way, it doesn't matter. It could also be that one is mounted the other direction. So I don't know. I don't want to investigate any further because I'm satisfied with that. That takes care of the issue, okay? So now every other time that you use a menu in there, this is going to be considered nothing. And then like that's going to be considered absolutely the top of the suite. And this is going to be considered absolutely the bottom of the suite. Absolutely the bottom of the suite. And you have no fear of overdriving that servo until you clear those menus. So yes, that is a pain, but on a foam plane, you have a lot of extra flexibility and softness. So when you overdrive into foam, you're less likely to immediately damage a servo than you are on a balsa wood plane, where you're going to hit a rigid surface, you're going to overdrive it, and you will burn out that servo. So you want to be careful about doing that. So while that was a bit of a pain, it's mostly a pain because I've never done it before. So now that we know how to do it, it's quite easy. Also, with bind and fly planes, you don't have to do that. So it's very nice. So if there's a profile for this plane, the profile might come out, but it may not actually allow as much travel as mine did. They might go a little bit safer, okay? So you're not really riding the edge of security, you know? So I love the way it looks. It looks like it's moving right. So now that all that stuff is done, now we have to do forward programming, which should be relatively easy. Let's start by jumping over to the menu that shows our monitor mode here. See how auxiliary 2 is attached to this switch? I want to change that. Let's look at gear. Gear is not attached to anything. So I think I'm going to assign this to auxiliary 2 so we can use that between safe and AS3X only, okay? Okay. So I'm going to click, scroll down to system setup, disconnect, whoops, sorry, go down to system setup, click, go to yes to confirm, to disconnect RF, and then I'm going to scroll down to channel assign, and I'm just going to look for auxiliary 2. Auxiliary 2 is assigned to B, so I'm going to just change that to A. So that's pretty simple stuff. Okay, so then when I go to monitor, look, there's B. Now that's only a 2-position switch, but that's fine because I can get to it easy, and I really only need safe and AS3X. I don't really care about anything else. Okay, so if you wanted, you could assign this switch to auxiliary 2, and then what would happen is you'd be able to do AS3X on, AS3X less of it, or off, and then like safe, or something like that, whatever you want. It doesn't matter. The point is, you can make the assignments as you see fit, but I'm going to use this. So now that we have that assigned, everything is set. There's going to be some questions that come up here in the very near future about having the plane level, as in flying level. So I'm going to get some blocks, and in your case, you might not have kids blocks, but you can use anything you have lying around. I just happen to have kids, and the kids happen to have blocks, and the blocks work really nice for this step because I can build up below the tail and then get it level without having, because the tail dragger is always going to sit down like this, okay? So all I have to do is just get under the wheel, or the tail. That's pretty close. That's probably good enough. See, this would have been way too much. I think we're good with that. So I'm just going to treat this as level, okay? So now that we have that level, I'm going to get so the camera crew can see good, because that means you guys can see good. But I also don't want it to roll off the counter. Yeah. All right, so before we get any further, let's verify. Up, down, left, right, roll left, roll right, flaps, crow, roll left, roll right, and no overdrive. So everything is working, and throttle is working, and throttle cut is also working and tested. So everything is working there. So we can scroll back into forward programming at this point. Now we do need to be very mindful. In fact, why don't we chalk this plane for now so that it doesn't decide to try to take off on us. We're obviously going to be physically in a safe spot relative to all of the different movings and happenings that are going on, but we do want to make sure that it doesn't like try to pull forward. When the Avian, or excuse me, not the Avian necessarily, but when, actually this is an Avian ESC, isn't it? So we technically can set up thrust reverse too, but we'll do that at the very end. Okay, so given that this is an Avian ESC, we have all the feedback for telemetry on individual cells and pack voltage, so we can set up warnings there, and we can also set up thrust reverse, which will be really cool on this plane. May not be super necessary, but it's still gonna be really cool. So we'll do that at the very end, but forward programming has to happen first. So this is, I need to figure out a way to secure this plane so it won't take away from us. It won't take off. And so when we get ready to exit this menu, I'm going to secure the plane like this to make sure if the prop starts, we don't have the plane pull off the counter and get damaged, okay? So the first thing we'll do is we'll scroll down here from back to gyro settings. You have to start with the AS3X. First time setup, make sure the model and has been configured, including wing type, all that stuff, which is what we just got done doing, okay? And then any major adjustments need to be programmed in, okay? Because the AS3X is going to take that into consideration. So set the model level and press continue. And they mean level like this, not level like this. This is not what they want. If you do that, then it's gonna try to fly that way and safe. It's gonna look stupid and it's gonna fly crappy. But of course, I'm not gonna be flying unsafe with this plane either. So now it says set the model level and press continue. Or you can set manual orientation here. I'm gonna click continue. Now set the model on its nose and press continue. So I'm gonna highlight continue. I'm gonna leave the plane where it is spatially, and I'm just gonna tip it forward. And then I'm gonna raise it up on its nose. And I'm gonna click continue. So it has picked the orientation 1 with the AR-637 toward the tail of the plane. And I can't see where it is, so we'll just take its word for it. I think that sounds right. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, because you hot glued.
Because the hot glue and the pins were on this side of the plane.
Yep.
So if you can get to it, verify it, but I know it's right. See? And it shows a picture of the plane. So if the plane were sitting here, then all the plugs would be here. Okay? So we'll scroll down to continue. Okay, so now the gain channel select. This is going to be, in our case, the knob. So if we have gain adjustment, we'll adjust it there. So it shows you what's available. So all you have to do is just scroll to auxiliary 3. And it automatically populates that because it's already been assigned. But you'll notice that these two are all assigned here. That's because auxiliary 2 is assigned to A and gear is also assigned to A. So at some point that may cause a conflict. So we may have to change that. Okay, so this is where I think when you hit apply, you can hear it's rebooting. That's why you just kind of use a little extra caution. When the receiver reboots, I've only had that happen, what, like once? So it's just more precautionary than anything. Okay, receiver is rebooting, click menu. So now, you'll notice it danced once, and then it stopped. That's because safe has not been initiated. Once safe is initiated, since this isn't a bind and fly. This isn't an AR-637 TA, it's an AR-637. So if you had a 637 TA, then it'd be treated like self-select in a bind and fly configuration. But if you totally reboot that thing and you clear the memory and back to factory defaults, it's gonna act like it's this, with the exception of the barometer and vario, because those features aren't in the TA, okay? So, continuing back into the forward programming, now that that's done, now you can go to gyro settings. AS3X settings, I highly recommend getting this done first. I just walk through and make sure it assigns values. Okay. We haven't set a flight mode yet. Flight mode set up. Flight mode channel is going to be gear. Might as well be. So technically we have 2 channels that are assigned to this switch, which is probably not good. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna walk out and we're gonna resolve that right now. So scrolling down to system setup, disconnecting RF, scroll down to channel assign. And then if you go to next, so I want D to have auxiliary 2 maybe. Oh, you know why? It's because we have the left aileron, right aileron. So I don't think gear is actually flaps right now. So I'm not gonna worry about that yet. We'll go back into forward programming and we'll come back if it forces us to do it. So back into gyro settings. It does take a second for that all to happen. Okay, don't freak out if that happens, it's not a big deal. Then system setup. We don't wanna do any of these things necessarily. Relearn servo settings, that's if you change the servo out. In your menu structure, not like a physical replacement. Gain channel select is auxiliary 3, that's correct. And then the orientation, this is where you can redo that. And then the utilities, enable flight modes, flight mode 3. Don't want to worry about that, yep. So now we can just scroll down to first time safe setup. I just work my way through the menus to make sure everything is set because I'm not familiar enough with this yet. Before setting up safe, a flight mode channel must be configured, which it already is, okay? So just to confirm, and then we'll continue. So you see how it says flight mode 2? I don't know why, but it does that. It's possible that we might need to actually make a flight mode, but we made the assignment so we know that that's active. So we'll see what happens. This is where you just kind of skip through and it talks about lots of interesting things. See how it's not switching between flight mode 2 and flight mode 1? Okay, so flight mode 2 is going to be self-level, angle, something or another. So that's envelope. And then you can also do, adjustments to these things too. Okay, I'm not going to mess with that. Angle, something, angle limits, okay? Okay, so this is where you got to be careful. It's going to reboot the receiver. When it reboots is the time that some weird things can happen. Okay, so now it says it's rebooting and it did it twice. So I hit list and it takes me back to function list. So now at this point, check your controls, up, down. You'll notice they're not moving as much, left and right. Roll left, roll right, take off flaps, landing flaps with crow, roll, roll, and I'm checking for absolute travel and absolute travel. Yep, it is stopping. Okay, so everything we set up initially is working. So now I just gotta figure out if my plane is in safe now, which I believe it will be. Oh, throttle cut is working. Throttle cut is off. Throttle cut is back on and tested. Okay, so we gave throttle, so AS3X should be working. I'm looking at this aileron. When I roll it up, it should go up. Up. Oh wait, we're in safe. So that's gonna be deceiving potentially, so be careful. Finding the quickest route home to level. And when I flip my switch, it stays on. I'll show you how to resolve that now. So safe is on for the long haul at this point. Now you don't need to do this like you do. You don't have to leave that level every time, but I'm gonna leave it level for the sake of what we're doing next. So what we have to do is we set up a flight mode. So disconnect RF, scroll down to flight mode setup. I'm gonna set up switch 1. Switch 1 is switch A. And it says 2 flight modes, flight mode 1, flight mode 2, okay? See them? Pretty simple. So I'm just gonna walk out. Now there's a flight mode 1, flight mode 2. So now I need to go down to forward programming and make my assignment. Yep, so it has a bit assigned. So I'm gonna click in here. I'm gonna go to gyro settings, flight mode setup.
Flight mode 2, flight mode 1, flight mode 2.
And then all you have to do is basically just tell it what you're using.
Flight mode 1, flight mode 2, flight mode 1, flight mode 2.
Okay, so this is only in flight mode 2. So I'm gonna go into AS3X setting. It's all adjustable, that's good. I'm gonna capture the gyro gains. So it just made assignments. Walk back. This is where you can check your AS3X too. So why don't we do that real quick while we're in this menu. So throttle cut's on. So I'm gonna just look at the rudder. Oh, we can't until we shut off safe. Because safe is gonna make the AS3X work weird. I'm sorry.
Right.
So we'll go back, we'll go to system setup. Safe panic mode, utilities, okay. So safe settings, safe gains, angle limits, fixed. See how it says flight mode 2?
Flight mode 1, flight mode
You can hear it.
flight mode 1, flight mode 2.
See how it says mode 2? I need to make it so that it recognizes the change in state here. You know what else might be doing this? There might be something else going on. I'm not sure about it yet. We don't want to set up panic. That's a pain. Okay, so we'll pause for just a second. Okay, so I figured out where it's looking for this, and it's weird because I've done this a couple of different times and it seems like it's different, but it's probably because I'm not doing it right yet. So from the forward programming, you'll go to gyro settings, and then you'll scroll down to F mode setup. From F mode setup, you can see it switching between flight mode 1 and flight mode 3, which is kind of weird. So it's like, what the heck? So anyway, I don't really care, but I just want you to see what's going on. You see how it says auxiliary 2? We had selected gear, okay? They both say A. Okay, so now watch what happens. So if you go into flight mode, then you can go to FM channel and you can just, instead of selecting gear, you can select auxiliary 2.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
And then you can make an assignment of what you want the input. Okay. So now on flight mode 3, you want AS3X active and safe mode. You want that. That's auto leveling and angle limits. And then that just has AS3X. So they're safe. Okay. So now we're going to walk out all the way. Elevator. See how it's far, then it's less. That's far, then it's less. See how it's this, then it's less, then it's more, then it's less. That's a really good tool to let you know. Okay, so there's no change in rudder, okay?
Okay.
So now it's currently saying flight mode 1, flight mode 2. It's not saying anything about safe, but that's okay. We have not given throttle, so I'm just gonna really carefully give this some throttle. Okay, throttle cuts on.
There was some throttle.
Yeah. So now I'm going to look at rudder or ailerons up, down. I'm actually going to do this first. So we're obviously not in safe because it's not trying to auto level. Okay. So when I turn on safe, which is back toward me, that's correct. It's going to try to find home. Okay. Now we're out of safe. We have AS3X working, but we haven't tested gains. So I'm gonna stand here, hold the plane, sorry. I'm gonna lift this wing and I'm gonna look at that aileron. It's going up, it's going down. Now, I'm gonna look at the elevator. It's going up, it's going down. It's a little harder to see. Then I'm gonna look at the rudder. This one's one of the easier ones to see. Rudder left, rudder right. So let's show the people at home. This is the easiest one to demonstrate on camera. Okay, so you'll look at that. Watch this. I can turn my gain all the way up, which is the right knob. That's all the way down. That's all the way up. And all the way down. You see, you can hear the difference. Mm-hmm. Okay, so now right in the middle, which is where I'm going to typically tend to fly, I'm going to use the bottle to pivot. And I'm just looking for this. When I go this way, that should go that way. And it does. And it does. It's not very much, but you can see it jump. If in doubt, I'm going to show you the same trick I've showed you on other planes. The same trick exists in forward programming. Click, scroll down to forward programming, gyro settings, AS3X settings. See how it says ×1? Click and scroll it up to 4 and then unclick. Now watch this thing move. See how it's moving? Gains all the way up. See how far it moves? See how far it moves? You can definitely tell what direction it's moving, right? Now watch the elevator. Up, down, up, down. Can you see it? Come over here and trade me sides. and then you can watch from here. So when I move the rudder towards you, it's gonna point towards you. It's gonna point toward me. Elevator's gonna go up, down. Can you see?
Go up again.
Up, down, up, down.
Yep.
Okay? Now, ailerons. Let's check the ailerons. Because we have 2 ailerons, we have to check both, not just one or the other. And we have to check them in all the different modes. So, up, down, very easy to see. Up, down, very easy to see. Remember, we're at 4-time gain and all the way up on the knob. Okay, so now let's turn on flaps and try the same thing. Up, down, okay? Now, full crow, up, down. Now, cool thing is, check this out. I'm gonna check to see if my gain, it's not gonna hit, okay? So you remember when we set up our absolute travel? That absolute travel will also prevent AS3X from whacking into the wing on this servo or that servo while in crow setting. It seems like a waste of time until you ruin a servo and then you crash. And then it's not such a waste of time. Okay, so getting that away from my face just a little bit. I'm gonna turn my gain back to halfway. I'm gonna take 4 times and I'm gonna bring it down to 1. I'm gonna walk out and we're all set. So safe is on, AS3X is on for both settings, and we have it selectable. But there's a couple more settings I wanna do, which are more of convenience factors, not necessarily required by any means. None of this stuff is required, it's an RC airplane. I mean, unless you're flying to work in that. Why don't you come around here? So, couple things. Up, down, left, right, just flaps. It's always better to check this stuff when it's comfortable. You're sitting in air conditioning, heat, whatever it is, make sure everything works. Okay? I'm out of safe right now. So what I want to do now is I'm going to run in the middle gains. I don't like that it says flight mode 1, flight mode 2. I want it to say AS3X and safe. So now let's set up audio vents for that, and then we'll do reverse. Flight modes. This says flight mode 1, that says flight mode 2. I want it to speak. Oh, you see that? I have to go all the way to the end.
Why can you not search that and why is it not off button? Nope.
Oh, you son of a gun. Did you see what just happened?
Yeah.
Oh, that's gonna tick me off if that happens again. Flight modes. Is there one that's like, does it say anything on here about safe? No. These are the different things that she can read out. So I want it to say, I'm in AS3X, right?
Yeah, you're on flight mode 1.
So it's almost all the way at the bottom.
AS3X mode.
You could change that verbiage there too, but I'm not gonna do that. That's way too much work. Then you can go back, flight modes.
Flight mode 2.
Okay, then you highlight this, and then again, all the way to the end of the list. There are a few in here that say like auto leveling and stuff, but I want to say safe because it's the safest way to say it. See, like here's one, self-level. Okay.
Oh,
Did I go past
yeah,
it?
I saw safe.
There it is.
Safe mode. AS3X mode. Safe mode.
Okay, then telemetry warnings. Let's go to volts. This flies on 6S, and I want this to alarm at 19.8 volts with a voice. And I want warning reports every 15 seconds.
30. Don't you think on
30.
this one? On the jet.
30 seconds is a long time though, hon.
She's really
Status reports are off.
Okay, well that's
Okay,
probably fine then.
and I don't care about max volts. I could care less, and we're done.
Okay.
So now we have the voltage warnings. We have all that stuff. So now if we scroll over here, this is where you enter setup, but you can't do this yet. Okay, so you're gonna hold, throttle cuts on, down and left, but it won't work because you have to initiate by plugging in the battery and then starting from scratch.
Yeah.
So that's what we're gonna do next. So we have to make an assignment for a channel, which is the only thing. We might have to give up that gain channel. Hold on, let's look. Do we even have a channel? Do we even have a channel
And do you
for
want
this?
to give up gains
Do I want to give up gains?
for reverse thrust?
So that's auxiliary 3.
What's
That's auxiliary 2. And then that's left aileron, right aileron, elevator, rudder, flaps, and then of course throttle. So we're out of channels.
wait? What's gear?
Auxiliary 2.
But remember, gear.
Flaps. Gear becomes flaps. Gear becomes flaps when you set up the wing type we did. So what that means is if we want, we can go into, okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna leave this at neutral. Okay, forward programming. We're gonna jump into gyro settings. We're gonna go to AS3X settings. We're gonna go to gain. See how it says fixed adjustable? See how it says adjustable? Okay, so it's captured. You could go in and adjust it. I'm gonna change it from adjustable.
To fixed.
Yeah. Okay. Now watch this. Fixed, fixed, fixed. Okay. So now when I walk out, you'll notice there's no change, but it's already been fitted to whatever the values were. So if we want, we can, I'm gonna turn on the throttle for a second. Okay, throttle cuts on. Everything is working, everything is working. We're just gonna assume that that's close enough. We can adjust it after our maiden. You can always slow the plane down, land, and then make an adjustment. Okay, so that gives us the ability to do reverse thrust as well. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back over to monitor. Okay, so auxiliary 3 is no longer attached to anything useful, so we can make an adjustment. Let's put auxiliary 3 over here on this switch G, because that's what we've been using for thrust reverse when we have landing gear attached. Normally thrust reverse would be over here, but since we have safe, I'm gonna put this here. Okay, thrust reverse is an uncommon thing. I'm just gonna start assigning it to G because we like never use G. So system setup, disconnect RF, scroll down to channel assign, and then let's change auxiliary 3 up to G. And let's go over here. See, auxiliary 3 is auxiliary 3, so we're good there. See, this is where the assignment for gear becomes flaps.
Yep.
Okay. So walking back out, so now we go to monitor, and there you have it. So there's those. So now we have to actually, ooh, wait. Ooh, I was trying to think. What forces a reset? Is that when we go into forward programming and come out?
But will it still?
Nah,
No, you'd have to change something.
would have to change something. Okay, so I cleared my timer, throttle cuts on.
Safe mode. AS3X mode.
Okay, so I'm in AS3X mode. Not that it really matters. Seriously. Oh my goodness. There it is. I finally got to the end. We may have to do something about that. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like 475 turns. Why does it need to be so long?
Make dinner in that amount of time.
I mean, it's like you only need a couple of turns to get the job done.
Yeah, it's not.
It's not like you're gonna gain any strength by having it 14 extra turns down. Okay,
you
so it's
ready?
giving me an audio alarm warning.
Are you ready to go into forward programming when you plug in?
Yeah, so guys, this is what you'll do. You'll have your monitor mode up or whatever, you're in your regular mode. You can't even scroll to it yet.
Oh, okay.
So you don't have to work super fast, but you do have to get it done in the first couple of seconds. Okay, so now let that initiate. Then scroll all the way over. Throttle cuts on. Low throttle, up elevator, and left. And this will change. Up elevator and right. Okay, so now, this is where you want to be a little bit extra careful because you are programming the ESC. So if you're like me and you're crazy and you do it with the prop on, which I wouldn't recommend necessarily, this is where you want to be able to control the plane in case something goes horribly wrong. It shouldn't, but I have my arm around the plane just to slow it down from going across the room. So, use the down arrow, the up arrow, and the left and right arrow. The brake is disabled. You want it normal, proportional, or reverse. Then walk down, 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 walk down. You can change the direction of rotation to the default. And there's your channel. Channel 8. There it is. Exit with save. Now, this is where you want to be careful. You'll hear things working. Now it goes back to the entry menu. So scroll back to the main menu, which is right here. Now, verify your throttle cut's working. It is. Verify throttle works. Throttle cut works. Throttle is ready to go. It's going forward. Now it's going backward. Now it's going forward. Now it's going backward. Now, I want this switch to be pulled back at me to have it going the other way. Okay, so throttle cuts on, stick is down, everything is neutral. I want this to flip. So I'm gonna go to Servo Setup, Travel, scroll over to Reverse, and I'm gonna reverse Auxiliary 3. That's not gonna change the amplitude of throttle. It's only gonna change the position by which you set it for the forward or reverse. Okay, so throttle cuts off. So now it should be going forward like normal until I do this. And then forward, throttle cuts on. Let's talk about this for a minute. When I'm setting up reverse thrust, let's show the people. We've got it reversed, so we go to monitor mode. This is reverse thrust, this is reverse thrust, and that is forward. So minus 100 in this case is forward, meaning not reversed. Okay, so that's moving and that's stopped. Now, there's actually two ways to correct that should you so choose to desire to do that. In my case, I like the idea of having this mean forward, this mean forward, and this mean reverse. So in the unlikely event that I accidentally pull it all the way back, which first of all is fairly unlikely because I don't play with this switch much, I want to have two chances at forward and one chance at reverse, okay? So there's two ways you can accomplish that. One, you could actually flip your switch back and then you could change the direction of rotation in your ESC so that it would go the other direction by default. So then you would actually be correct. And then reverse it'd still be correct, and then reverse, okay? Do you understand why that would be? Mm-hmm. Now, alternatively, you can set up a mix. We did this the other day. It was a little bit goofy, so let's show the people at home. So I'm gonna try this another way. So mixing, you set up a new mix, normal, and basically what's gonna happen is we're not mixing throttle, we're mixing switch, okay? So throttle cut is on and tested. Just do that before you do anything else, okay? So now we're in here, so we want to mix auxiliary 3 to auxiliary 3. Or you can have some other switch, like say landing flaps or crow would be the only condition where you would allow reverse thrust, and then you would do it from there. But in my case, this means that, okay, so we can actually test it. This means it's going the normal direction. Minus 100 on auxiliary 3 means going forward. Okay? This means, however, reverse thrust. Okay? And so does this. I just need to switch the middle setting to register the same as the back setting. So I want minus 100, and then plus 100. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So in order to do that, there's a couple different ways to do it. Usually I just put it in the position I want to change, and then I try the offset. But see, since you're changing zero, the position of the switch, to nothing, you have to set the offset first. Now you can change, and I never remember which way. Okay, so that's the wrong way. So that's the right way. Now watch this. You can also do, see how that doesn't do anything? So look at this. That's going to 100. You want it to go to minus 100. So it'll be minus 100, minus 100.
100.
Whoops, minus 100. You can go beyond, but still, minus 100 is what you want. Then I want that condition to be true, but only when this is in the middle setting. So I'm just gonna click this, move the switch to G. Dang it, now I have to set it again. I'm sorry, guys. See how it's, I want that to be the setting here, and I want nothing to be the setting here, and I want nothing to be the setting here. So I'm gonna turn that off. I'm gonna put the switch into the middle, and that's the setting we want to happen, but only when this switch is in the middle. Okay, so you'll notice it's at minus 100, and plus 100. Okay, so now we walk out of that mix. Throttle cut is, we'll clear the timer first. So now we're gonna be in reverse thrust. Throttle cut's off. The model comes back to me. And then when I go to the middle setting, it goes forward, and in the middle and the front setting, it goes forward. And then when I jank it back, it goes to reverse. Okay, sticks down, throttle cuts on, timer's cleared. So what have we accomplished with all this ridiculous amounts of setup? One, we aren't gonna max out the ailerons. That was the only one that was in question on this model. Everything else was pretty easy to adjust, okay? Now, another thing too I wanna show you. If you want to carry over that protection into your setup, you can adjust this so that it says 100 on flaps, and you can go into servo setup, and you can change the absolute travel on flaps. I would not recommend it because it's a lot more work. Also, you can do that, hold on, come back. You can also do that here with flaps, because all you have to do is set it to the flaps deployed setting and then just reduce that value. Then your flap menu will call out 100, 50, 0, whatever it is that you're calling out, and you'll then be allowed to change the same thing, the absolute position back, except in travel, okay? It's a lot easier to do in terms of 0 to 100, 0 to minus 100 than it is from this strange numeric value of 4096 compared to 1. Okay, so 1 being equivalent to plus 100 and 4906 being equivalent to, minus 100, or vice versa. So, but that just tells you all the discrete points you have from here all the way down and from here all the way up. All right, so we went into massive details on this plane, more than we typically do. Obviously, as you can see, it's dark again, weird. This plane, it was super windy, so we knew we weren't gonna be flying today. This plane is beautiful. I really like it. I'm a little bit concerned about this aileron. I noticed it was kind of fluttering on me, so I may end up just replacing the servo. I don't wanna lose the plane over it, but I think what's gonna happen is I'm gonna get to flying, and it seems to be behaving okay. Ailerons are redundant surfaces. So you have this one and you have this one, okay? They're redundant. And it's only doing that weird flutter when I get really high up in the range. And I think we've eliminated it now that we've set up the limits. I haven't noticed it yet. So I think what's happening is that digital servos at times get confused when they become just out of range or toward the end of play. I've had some digital servos, in fact, that when driven beyond 100, like to 125, they're fine, 135, they're fine, 145, they're fine, but you get to like 148, 149, and get this, another servo starts moving on the plane. Very exciting. Okay, so be careful about that. Make sure you're not overdriving the servos unless you have absolute clearance on those servos. I believe the servos can actually run further than the 100, but I wouldn't recommend it because there is a detent on the output gear that will break off. Once that breaks off, there's no telling where that chunk of plastic is gonna end up. So without further ado, if you guys have been watching this entire build, first of all, gold star for you. Second of all, we are very happy to have you in our audience because you guys are the most loyal audience members. Thirdly, you're probably trying to learn a lot of things. If you're trying to learn a lot of things on this plane is pretty complicated. It is definitely a handful to set up with all those different settings, not the least of which my concern would be the ailerons. Listen to the power just in the ailerons. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So I love the way this plane went together, but it was a little bit of a challenge for us because we had to go through literally every type of setup that we do. But you have safe, you have AS3X, you have thrust reverse, you have telemetry, you have vario, you have every feature that really is available right now on this plane. So without further ado, I think Megan and I are gonna jump into putting some decals on here. We'll probably do it off camera and then we'll give you an in closing in about 5 minutes. So we'll come right back. All right, guys, so we got the decals applied. Our instructions didn't actually say where to put stuff, so we just kind of had to figure it out. Everything went pretty smooth on that. This build was a little bit more time consuming than I expected it would need to be, being that it's pretty much done. But the thing is, I don't like to cut corners and I'm hoping that you won't either. And you'll go through and actually do at least each of the steps that we showed in your own way. And I know there's some stumbling and bumbling right now still with the AR637Ts and the 631s when we're showing you how to do it. We're still getting very, very much new with those things, but I'm loving the way that it works because at the end of the day, if it takes me 15 minutes to set something up and it works perfect for the whole time I have a plane, I have no problem with it. It's really not a big deal.
Yeah.
This thing is beautiful. I hope that you'll buy one. I hope that you'll have, and if you decide not to buy this, I hope that watching this cool setup and just how smooth it really can go, that you're gonna learn that the AR637 and the AR631 are very good, and that obviously Hangar 9 makes a very nice plane, very capable. We haven't seen it fly yet, so we're just assuming it's gonna be awesome because it looks really well put together. I cannot wait to see this thing in the air. Everything just looks beautiful. Thrust reverse, AS3X, safe, everything you could possibly imagine. And by the way, we are starting to get into the point where we're giving up channels. I just wanted to remind you, the NX8 has been phenomenal for almost every single thing we've done. Even on this plane, thrust reverse, you got to keep in mind, thrust reverse and gain was a trade-off. So if you need the extra channels, get the NX10. If you need more still, get the IX12. If you need even more, get the IX20. Don't cheap out on your transmitter because as you advance through models, you're going to want more flexibility. So don't save the money today for later. If you know you're never, ever, ever gonna do it, or if you think, is it even possible? Yes, buy the more expensive one. I've learned this lesson. That's why I had a DX18 before I got the NX line to start trying. And I have been using the NX line ever since. I only just recently flew the Carbon Z Cub on the DX18 because it's still set up on the DX18. So I just haven't gone through the trouble of building a new model. You know why? Because we have one to review for you guys coming very soon. So when that happens, we'll have it in the NX6 and we'll have it on the DX18. And maybe my son and I can do a formation flight, which would be super cool. One of the wonderful joys of parenthood is teaching your kids to do something really cool, like flying radio controlled airplanes or shooting off fireworks or crazy other things. But I can tell you this, flying radio controlled airplanes is a skill you cannot buy. You cannot watch a video on YouTube and learn from that in one sitting. It takes years of serious practice to get good at it. And if you are a freak of nature and you can do it right offhand, I'm super jealous of you. But I'm telling you, the average humanoid cannot pick up a transmitter and fly a plane. Even with safe, it takes a lot of effort to get to where you're comfortable to fly a plane like this and to be able to enjoy it, make the plane look good, and really actually be able to control that thing. So I love the experience. The 6 years, I wouldn't trade it for just about anything, maybe for my wonderful camera crew.
Thanks.
But I love the experience. Obviously, we're getting to the point now where I'm enjoying it with our kids, which is really cool. And I know it's gonna be a lifelong love for me and hopefully for my kids too. Give us some reason to get together, all those good things that you get when your kids move on and have their own families. But this will be something we can enjoy together, which is really cool. So that being said, this plane is awesome. I hope you'll consider getting one. If you wanna support us, there are several different ways. The easiest way is to watch the videos all the way through. Secondly, like the video. We get penalized because we do long videos with lots of detail to help you guys as you're learning your way through the RC, or maybe if you're just validating what you've already done, is that the way Brian would do it? Fine. But we do get penalized by YouTube for having poor audience retention, meaning you watch 20 minutes, you move on to the next video. That's fine, I don't blame you at all, but just like the videos. That helps a lot to offset some of that. Thirdly, click the bell for notifications. You'll be helping us in that way. It does help YouTube to understand that you want to see this, even though it's long and you only watched 20 minutes of the 4-hour video. Additionally, and very easily, when you buy a plane, follow the link. You can use your RC bucks, you can use your RC club savings, you can use your discounts, you can use your coupon codes, your credit card miles. It doesn't matter. We get credit from these guys. You don't have to pay us directly. And so we make money to help support us in this pursuit of bringing you guys good content, and a lot of it, okay? So that's a very easy way to do it. And if you just can't handle buying an expensive plane, but you really enjoy the content, you can do Patreon. That's a monthly support thing. And we're gonna try to get a PayPal account set up so you can do one-time gifts if you don't wanna have the monthly credit card draw or whatever it is that they do there. So that being said, also on Patreon, just a side note, since we just set up the account, we've added low levels and we've added some high levels. So if money's not an object, you can give us more. And if money is an object, you can do a very little bit and it will help because there's a lot of you. And we really appreciate you guys. A great audience, world's best audience on YouTube, right here at Brian Phillips RC. And we hope that you'll come back for more. Just please understand, we put a lot of time and effort into this channel and we try our very best to keep up on comments. It is getting much harder to do it. I just finally got caught up on comments about 2 days ago, and guess what happened yesterday? We had subscribers in, they spent the night in their RV, and we enjoyed the evening together flying, and then it rained today. So it was super fun. We got to do that. That was really cool, Chad and Blake. So hopefully you'll watch this video and you'll get that catch your name and your call out there. That was really neat. It was cool, and it's an honor and a privilege to have so many real relationships that have come of this channel, something I would have never expected. And so Megan and I, from the bottom of our hearts, we really appreciate you guys. Even though this is a lot of work, we love doing it together. It's very fun, but it just takes a lot of time. So notwithstanding the time function, it's great and we love it. So thanks for watching. We have so much more coming. You guys probably don't realize how much more we have coming, but we do. And we hope you'll be here with us to enjoy it. Come back for more.